everyone. Thank you so much for joining us as we're live here at New York City's racetrack, Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Cool temperatures, but a little bit of sun peeking through, threatening to peek through on this Sunday as we have some great races coming up. Acacia Clement alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori. And Richie, as we see this week closing up Thanksgiving week. Next week, of course, we're all looking forward to Cigar Mile week and all those good undercard races as well. Kind of the last big day of the season here in New York, and it's always a fun one.
Yeah, it's a great racing festival, if you will, to close out the year, although we'll still have racing through the end of the year, but it is our big kind of finale. And the Cigar Mile is always an intriguing race. I love the 1 mile distance because you get horses turning back from 2-turn races and sprinters stretching out. And to me, it's where the best of both worlds collide.
We'll get a chance to see who lines up in that field for next weekend. But as far as today is concerned, here's a look at what's coming up. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have a 9-race card, fast main track here at the Big A. We have that pick 5 kicking off in the 5th, and the allowance feature in race 8 is an intriguing one because it does feature the return of Julia Shining, the full sister to champion Malatha, as Julia Shining, a horse that won the Demoiselle on Cigar Mile Day back when she was a 2-year-old and actually has not won since. We're taking a look at her last year in the Comely, not yesterday, a year ago, finishing second to Raging Sea, who would go on to be a Grade 1 winner this summer. Julia Shining obviously has ability, Richie, but there's been a lot of stops and starts between her races.
Yeah, she hasn't had quite the continuity in her campaigns. She's reminiscent of her sister in the respect that she doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed, and she's kind of a grinder, right? She keeps on coming. I think stamina is her strong suit. Todd Pletcher's very proficient, though, at getting horses ready off a layoff, and I think she landed in a good spot to start her comeback, another comeback, if you will.
Now she comes back at the mile distance, and I saw a quote from Todd where he said that felt that she just didn't really run her race in the Allaire du Pont-Bac Preakness weekend in May. Gave her some time at the Stone Street Farm in Ocala, and will have an opportunity to come back to the races now. So she definitely adds a really intriguing layer to this race, which, given the horses drawn to her inside with Golden Degree and Smokin' Hot Kitty, there should be some pace on.
Oh, there really should be some pace on. Golden Degree, is coming out of a race where she went 22 flat and she was 4 in front, almost runaway speed. And Smokin' Hot Kitty does her best running on the lead or close to the lead. I don't think she gets the lead from the 2 Golden Degree, though.
I agreed. Might just be a little bit faster. We'll see how that 8th race feature plays out a little bit later on today. You can sign up and join Naira Bets and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. Take a look at the field for the opener. Maiden special weight going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And right now it is a first-time starter, Truth and Beauty, who is taking most of the early money. And I think in large part, Richie, just by virtue of the fact that she's a fresh face in this field, she doesn't have as many excuses maybe as some of the others.
I think it's a very fair point. And I just like her work tab because I'm not a guy that's big on the times of workouts. But if you go back all the way to September, this filly has not missed a beat, really. I mean, she's just basically having a breeze, a fast work, every 7-8 days. And that just tells me a horse is doing well. There's not interruptions in her training.
That's a look, though, at the 5 On Command, as she will be the first starter for new trainer Amelia Green, who has plenty of experience around horses, though. Amelia standing by with Maggie Wolfendale.
Exactly. So excited to be here with Amelia, sending out her first runner. And Amelia, a lot of people know you from Todd Pletcher's barn. You were the regular exercise rider for Life is Good. Talk a little bit about, the already well-established career you have in this industry.
I feel like I've been very lucky to be around the horses I've been around. For Todd, obviously 7 years I worked for him. I was around nice horses, and I feel very lucky to be in the position I'm in and have my first runner today.
Talk about the decision to go out on your own.
It's been a long time coming. It was something I first discussed with Todd a couple of years ago, and we worked towards this a couple of years ago. So it's been a long time coming.
I was gonna say, feeling really well prepared. Talk about On Command, your first starter, picked her up for $120,000 at the Keeneland Horses Racing Age Sale.
Yeah, I mean, I was very lucky that we got a horse that she was actively running straight away. Get a horse like this in the barn to have running literally 3.5 weeks after buying her, it was very good. She's been training very well. She's been tough all week, pulling my arms out, so I'm excited to see her run today.
She looks exceptional here in the paddock. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, Amelia Green, first runner, so exciting. I'm sure a little bit of those nerves too, but all things good here for On Command in the paddock, Acacia.
Well, we wish Amelia all the best. Maggie, thank you. For anybody that's been around racing in New York, odds are you've seen Amelia, whether it's bringing horses over. Maggie touched on her being the regular exercise rider for Life is Good. She's worked a lot of top horses in Todd's barn. And she's just another example of kind of that coaching tree that we've talked about, Richie, from Wayne Lucas on to Todd Pletcher, and of course all the other top trainers, Kieran McLaughlin, Dallas Stewart, that work for Wayne and go out on their own. And now you see those who work for Todd, Michael McCarthy, a good example, George Weaver, Amelia, another one starting their own career.
It's almost like looking at a pedigree page for a horse, right? And you're going back to those bloodlines and you're seeing the success of the trainers they've come from and good teachers. And even what Amelia was just talking about, going to Todd a few years ago with her goal about going out on her own, and Todd kind of almost setting a course and helping her to get to the point where he felt confident she was ready, and she certainly is ready. A terrific horsewoman and a terrific rider. I mean,
yeah.
Some very tough horses that really melt into her hands. When we talk about hands with riders, it's knowing that just that perfect balance between what you can take and what you have to give back and not overdoing it in either direction.
Worked for Sir Henry Cecil in Europe as well. Worked for George Papadromo out in California. So plenty of experience. All the best to Amelia Green with her first starter. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting things off with the one shoplifting.
Yeah, shoplifting has had some good efforts. It's just not broken through like her pedigree.
Here's the Taco Lady for Linda Rice as well.
Yeah, turning back, she started back at 7/8 after going as far as 1.25 miles. Maybe this is a better distance. I like her shortening.
First-time starter, Truth and Beauty.
Taking the money, was bred by Joel Politi of Serengeti Empress fame, was a $375,000 two-year-old training purchase.
Here is Pay the Bills trying the dirt.
Yeah, I mean, how's that going to work out? We'll see. Definitely more of a turf pedigree.
And for starter for Amelia Green, there is On Command.
I think there's a possibility that On Command, unless the first-time starter has a lot of speed, could be your speed here. Dylan Davis, fresh off a red eye from Del Mar.
So we'll take a look at the last race for On Command. This was with previous connections. Rusty Arnold, as Maggie mentioned, this horse purchased the horse's racing age sale back in November to make her first start now with Amelia. But I thought, Richie, from this race, she didn't break that quick from the rail. And you see more speed with her going a little bit longer. How much of a benefit do you think the outside post is going to be for her, given how we see her kind of get out of the gate?
Well, I think it's a huge advantage. A smaller field, outside post, doesn't look like a tremendous amount of speed signed on here for a 6.5 furlong sprint. You know, you're post one in a 10-horse field, which she was last time at Keeneland. Not only is it a difficult post because you're under pressure immediately, right, from the inside, but you're staying in the gate that much longer. And sometimes it lends itself to a horse breaking a touch slow, being in there a bit too long.
See how she gets out of the gate, but it is that number 3, Truth and Beauty, first-time starter, Maggie, at 9-5. She's taking all the early money.
Yeah, she has been vying for favoritism throughout the wagering, Acacia, and apparently working very well with, I think, older horse, Baby Yoda. Granted, he didn't run that well, but then again, that's apples and oranges to what we're dealing with here in this maiden race. Yes, she looks fast. And I'll say this, once she got the rider on, as Jose Gomez will climb aboard her today, and out on the track, she really kind of puffed up and got very sharp, which was the opposite of what she was showing me back in the paddock. In that, she just kind of looked, as we often talk about, needing to kind of just come up a bit over her top line, and that she kind of didn't look as strong as what you'd like to see, especially in her hindquarters and over her back. And I feel as though once she got out here, her blood started going. She kind of really bowled herself up a bit, which I appreciate, and she's very, very sharp with the pony. So I think the indication of the intangible that she'd have speed is going to be shown here in this first start. Next, we'll take a look here at number 1, Shoplifting. She's had her chances, and she's kind of yet to get back to that first effort. when she was a short second to eventual 2-year-old champion, just FYI. Though I thought her last race a step in the right direction, in which Grand Job was able to wire the field that day, and she was just on the wide chase throughout and just staying on well. Now, I don't mind a little less distance with her going the 6.5 today. She looks great out in track. I reluctantly am taking her here in that, you know, I feel as though she should have broken through already, but maybe this is the right field for her. I'm hoping that with this aggressive warm-up that we're seeing from Jose Lezcano, that he's able to keep her just a bit closer, because as a 2-year-old, she could do just that. Now, as I said, number 5, On Command, she looks great in the paddock, and I like her sprinting here. She's definitely built that way. She's very strong, very muscle-bound, dappled head to toe, really, really well turned out. I wasn't in love with her last effort as a beaten favorite last time out at Keeneland, and that I thought she should have at least gotten by the horse who eventually finished second, outfinished that horse who was doing more dirty work than her. But I do think she makes a great deal of sense. And two, Acacia, wishing Amelia the best of luck here. How exciting to have your first starter as a trainer.
A big deal, and it was great to hear that story, Maggie, from Amelia about how it was a little bit of a long time coming, and yeah, we're all rooting for her and very excited. And like I said, if you've been around New York racing at all, or Todd Pletcher's string, you know what a good horsewoman at the end of the day Amelia is. Richie, let's talk a little bit about Shoplifting, who's currently the favorite. As Maggie touched on, she's had her chances turf and dirt, but she's obviously a horse with ability and with a fast figure last out.
Yeah, she certainly has races fast enough to win here. Miss Shop, her dam, was good on turf and dirt. I actually rode to a stakes win for Alan Jerkins, and she was third in the Coaching Cup. I'd like to see Shoplifting stretch out at some point, because her mother was very good at longer distances.
See what she can do in here today, cutting back a little bit. She's now 9-5. Loading in for race 1 at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. The Taco Lady broke a step awkwardly as the early trailer. Speed from On Command right out to the front and quickly sprints clear, up by 2.5, now 3. Shoplifting is towards the inside here of Truth and Beauty. They're second and third. Out wider Pay the Bills. After braking slowly, the Taco Lady is making up ground at the rail as On Command and Dylan Davis are in front. On Command, Dylan Davis doing it nicely up by a full length. Here's Shoplifting, Jose Lezcano towards the outside, 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. The Taco Lady has picked up a few spots, is now in third, is traveling on the inside. Then Truth and Beauty, who's in the fourth spot, is shoved along trying to make up the ground, and Pay the Bills is the trailer. They're still chasing On Command. On Command is in front, is up by a half length. Here comes Shoplifting, ranging up on the outside, is ready to challenge. On Command is still in front and Shoplifting. They've sprinted about 4 lengths clear from the Taco Lady, who's in third. They reach the top of the stretch, and On Command gets the cue, and On Command is sprinting clear. On Command is up by a length and a half. Shoplifting going to try one more time here as they approach a final furlong. On Command is trying to fend off the rally here for Shoplifting. It's On Command still in front. On Command is up by a length and a half. On Command, Shoplifting. On Command, trainer Amelia Green gets the victory. On Command wins it over Shoplifting. Then came the Taco Lady. Final running time, 1 minute 15 and 4.
Congratulations, Amelia Green. What a way to start your career as a trainer. She's 1 for 1, Richie.
Yeah, big congratulations. Not an easy thing to do. Your first starter, have her so well prepared. This turns out to be a fast race. It'll be interesting to see how this track is playing today. I thought On Command would be the controlling speed. She left the gate with run on her mind, and pretty happy group all around there.
As they should be. Big congratulations to Amelia. On Command, again, purchased just recently in November, moving over to her care. And Dylan Davis was aggressive with her, putting her on the front end, and it proved to be the right move, pulling away from Shoplifting, who will have to settle for yet another second.
Yeah, but she opened up about 3 or 4 lengths on the backstretch. Then Dylan got her to settle, and he got a really nice, long breather around the turn. So when Shoplifting came along, Dylan had something left, and On Command, well prepared. Congratulations, Amelia Green. You don't see that every day. Usually it takes trainers even longer than riders to get their first win, right? So to kind of get this out of the way right away, and Shoplifting, another good effort, kind of makes you feel like Shoplifting's kind of happy in that position, though.
It does, and she's had quite a few chances. Shoplifting settles for yet another second. We've seen some cool moments with trainers going out on their own or jockeys moving here, and especially we talked a lot about women in this industry. Adrienne DeVoe, 1-for-1, winning her first starter right off the bat as a trainer. Sophia Vivas coming here to New York, winning her first mount in New York riding. Like you said, it's not an easy thing to do. There's a lot of preparation that goes into it. A little bit of luck needed as well, as is this game, but just it's so great to see young trainers going out and being able to highlight their ability in that way.
You know, Acacia, this is going to sound crazy, but as early or not that long ago, the early 80s, women were not allowed on the backstretch at night. I remember my brother coming to take me to dinner with his future wife, they're still married, and dropping me off after dinner, and she had to wait at gate 6 while he dropped me off at the barn. I lived at barn 46. And look at how far we've come. And women are just the core of the workforce in racing. They're patient with the horses. They're not afraid of hard work. And they're good, insightful horse people.
Well, congratulations to Amelia Green winning with her first starter on command here at Aqueduct. Reactions and more when we come back. A special moment here at Aqueduct today.
Welcome back to the program here on Fox Sports 1. It is America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And on command, she delivers Amelia Green her first winner just like that. On command. Yeah. So, Amelia, how exciting. She broke like a rocket today.
She did, yeah. I mean, she was obviously on paper, she was the speed of the race, but you never know if someone's going to try and go with you. So when she got a comfortable lead like that, I was very happy.
And Dylan just seems so confident throughout there, really traveling well.
Yeah, Dylan rode a great race. She didn't break quite as sharp as I thought she was going to. He did have to ask her to get there, but once she got there, she was doing it very easy. And thanks to Dylan for a great ride.
Talk about this feeling. I mean, I watched the race with you in the paddock office, which is where you watch every race that you're ever involved with. You're pretty quiet.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it'll change, but I think it's more of a relief than anyone. I think everyone will say the same thing. It's like getting that monkey off your back as quick as you can is what you aim to do. But yeah, I don't think I ever get vocal during races. Inside, my heart is pounding.
You're English. You guys keep quiet. I know this.
Yeah, my heart is pounding on the inside, but outside, I've always been very straight.
Keep calm and carry on, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Amelia, tell us a little bit about your stable. How many horses do you have in addition to On Command?
We have 4 horses total, and I guess you count my pony, Toby. So yeah, I'm lucky that I have a groom, Jorge. He came with me for my very first day when I set up, and I ride them myself, call them out. It's me and Jorge are a team.
I love that. Well, hoping the team grows. Congratulations here. I'm sure it will after this 1-for-1 victory.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, Amelia Green, what a way to kick off her career at Acacia. Nothing better and no better feeling in the world.
Isn't that the truth, Maggie? Thank you. Congratulations, Amelia, On Command, getting the victory in her first start for the barn, and I'm sure the shape of many things to come. And as Richie, you pointed out, Amelia carrying on the tradition as well, started by Wayne Lucas, that white bridle, easy to spot out on the track.
Yeah, you never saw anybody with a white bridle before Wayne Lucas. He started using them from his quarter horse days, so he could really see his horses. It would stand out because most people wore, just the regular leather bridles. Todd continued it, as all the other Wayne Lucas graduates, and Amelia keeping it going. On Command, interesting deep pedigree too. Her granddam, Flute, a Kentucky Oaks and Alabama winner for Juddmonte Farm, Bobby Frankel.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, big congratulations to Amelia as we turn our attention on to the next race. It is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire. Into Mischief. Here's a look at the field. This is a 2-year-old allowance race. As right now, it's the 6 Broadway Lights, who's your heavy favorite, Richie. And this is a race that you don't see many of 2-year-old allowance races. Typically, they're trying to break their maiden, or they have to go right into stakes. So at this time of year, you have a few more options, which sometimes can be a great thing for horses like Broadway Lights, like Viamente, who break their maiden for a claiming race, but don't necessarily want to go right into those claiming tags and looking for another option. This is a good spot.
Yeah, absolutely a good spot. And, it's kind of a shame. Years ago, horses had more of an opportunity to develop. They would break their maiden. They would run an allowance race. Allowance races used to go. And then I think as more and more trainers, got the concentration of 2-year-olds, you didn't have as many big field 2-year-olds where more horses are breaking their maiden. It would warrant those allowance races. Nowadays, it's almost better if a horse doesn't break their maiden first time.
Yeah.
Gives them another chance to get another race on their belt, more experience, because they really are limited options once they break their maiden, at least early in the year.
Right. Like you said, often have to go right into stakes company. Speaking of stakes company, though, we saw these 3-year-old fillies yesterday in the Grade 3 Comely, a mile and an 1/8. And this was a race where they really threw it down. Richie made it exciting. Alpine Princess was the short price favorite, coming in off that dominant score in the Remington Park Oaks. Pretty Anna, have to give it to her. She fought down on the inside and showed that Mother Goose race was no fluke.
This was a tremendous horse race, and the filly inside just would not yield. I really like, though, if you watch riders as they turn for home, Manny Frankel went all in on the runner-up on the outside, and Jose Lascano kind of saved a little something before he finally fully set her down. And you think about riders riding horses, it's like building to that crescendo. You don't want to go all in at once. You want to build into that finish. And this filly just was as determined. A really, really nice effort by both of them.
Pretty Anna getting the win. Quality Road filly, but on the bottom side, she is the half-sister to Horse of the Year and now top sire, Gun Runner. And so now being a graded stakes winner, that certainly does a lot for her value.
Boy, it enhances her value exponentially. I mean, and listen, I'm a great believer in pedigree. I love when you look at horses' pedigrees that kind of run deep into those older families from, the Phippses and Calumet and Claiborne and Green Tree. When you see that, the quality is in there, and it just, to me, is always a matter of time where it's going to kind of raise up and you're going to see it.
Well, that was yesterday. Back on Friday, we had the Fall High Weight the day after Thanksgiving, and that did go to a Brad Cox runner in Giant Mischief, who was your favorite coming in off a dominant score at Keeneland off the layoff, and he backed that up with another big performance coming forward here with Manny Franco in the saddle.
This had a really good trip, right? You know, there was a little pace on in front. Always a nice position when you're a rider and you're laying third and 2 horses are head and head. Running Son of a Gun was very game on the inside, but the winner was just best and got the best trip as well. Also, a horse that got a break in the weights under the new allowance conditions for the fall high weight. We carried 128 pounds as opposed to 133 for Running Son of a Gun.
You have to give him a little credit to Running Son of a Gun, too. An old class horse. He's just as cool as they come, and had been a little bit off form, but his last 2 races have been really good. Yeah,
John Toscano's done a great job in getting him back to where he needed to be. And do you think they named him after he started training? You said, you know, this horse is good. He's a running son of a gun.
I don't know. It's a great name. As there is Giant Mischief in the winner's circle for Spendthrift Farm and Stone Street getting the win for trainer Brad Cox in that fall highway on Friday. Well, speaking of Brad Cox, he'll be sending out the favorite in this upcoming second race at Aqueduct Broadway Lights. Well done with the name, coming to Aqueduct for the first time as she will cut back in distance and try to build off that second place finish at Churchill last time out. More on her and the rest of the field after this.
Down, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
1,005,000 and $1,006,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
At the 5/16th, Watchability closing in with the green silks. Mahogany is also bubbling to the boil, but they're into the lane and still they have not been able to head Mamma Mia. Here now is Rough Entry, and Rough Entry grabs the lead. Mamma Mia falters down against Surreal Ability, is wound up for run, but it is Rough Entry and Julian Leparoux. This is the Mute Mile, and Rough Entry and Julian Leparoux begin to streak away from them. Inside the final 16th, it seems to be all over. Rough Entry, the Foreign Invader, and Julian Leparoux take the second running of the Mute Mile.
Pretty cool stuff last year in 2023. Rough Entry and Julian Leparoux, familiar face, going down there to Jamaica in the 2023 Mute Mile for trainer Rohan Crichton. And we are so excited to be able to bring live coverage of the Mute Mile again this year. Really looking forward to it live from Kimanis Park on Saturday, December 7th.
Well, I'm really happy for you guys getting to go there.
Maggie did the same thing to me earlier.
Honestly, it looks like a great time, and anybody that knows the core of the Jamaican fans here in New York, just how passionate and how well informed, how smart they are about horse racing, and my people.
100%. Yeah. They'll compliment you, and they'll also tell you when you're wrong. That's for sure.
And usually they're right
And
when they have a
usually they
criticism.
are right. Yeah. We're so excited. I leave tomorrow with Bobby Klatt and Eldon, and we'll be there tomorrow throughout the week. Andy Sterling coming a little bit later on as well. So really looking forward to that coverage as we head over to the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. There's Broadway Lights cutting back in distance. She was second best last time out, but it was a live race. Bookham, who won that, actually came back to win again by open lengths yesterday in Kentucky. And third place finisher Rosado came back to win as well.
Yeah, her 2 races on dirt have been terrific, and she's turning back in distance, but again, getting that good outside post. So even you get out-footed a little bit, you're not getting inundated with kickback. It gives your horse an opportunity to get in a good rhythm, find their stride.
Well, there she is, 3-4 right now. So head down to Maggie in the paddock. Maggie, is Dylan Davis will look to sweep the early double.
Yeah, exactly. Looking to kickstart a fruitful day for Dylan, that's for sure. But Broadway Lights is a filly, as you mentioned, turning back, and Meg, highlighting the fact that she's drawn on the outside, which very well could help her chances. But looking at her physically, and I like her, don't get me wrong, she could just be the class of the field. And sometimes, as we often say, distance doesn't matter when you're that much better than your competition. But it is my job to judge horses physically, and she looks like one that wants more ground. She's a bit taller, has that long, kind of more rangy and scopier type of frame. Looks fantastic overall, but that's what we've come to expect from Brad Cox runners. So we'll see how she negotiates the turn back in distance to the 6.5, and if her class will prevail, because I do think she's faced the best horses. Now, number 4 in here, Shady Side, she got to the winner's circle when maybe getting a touch of class relief and sent off at a big price. I thought maybe an under, not really sure why she was that big of a price that day, but she really moved well over the slop. So we'll see how she does returning back to a fast track here at the Big A. She kind of pressed outside. She has that early seed, but she's an awfully big filly too. So kind of surprising that she's that kind of quick and light on her feet. I like what I'm seeing here. I like her more looking at her physically than what I did on paper. I will say this though, now that I've got kind of the head on view, she is narrow up front. Wow, that she is so close quartered up front. You could barely fit a fist in between her 2 front legs. And sometimes that is those more narrow types do prefer the wet going. So that is my biggest question mark with her, Acacia, is the surface today.
Yeah, we'll see how she handles it. Everybody with some questions to answer here. Maggie, thank you. Richie, I think it was you in the paddock last time out for Shady Side's most recent effort, in which she really took a big step forward. I know she was a big price that day, but she did take a lot of money at Monmouth on debut. She
did, and I had the opportunity to watch her train during Saratoga. I'm very close with John Kimmel. He's one of my best friends, and I liked her, and I thought, her race at Monmouth, she just got swept off her feet a little bit. Maybe she just wasn't quite clued in. And she had trained well up to the last race. I mean, we got 17-1 that day. You're looking at 2-1 today against tougher.
Yes, it is going to be tougher as she steps up. And thought it was interesting what Maggie had mentioned, that she did move so nicely over the wet track last time out. Has to navigate a fast track today, but kind of that's what we touched on before with Broadway Lights, maybe wanting a little bit more distance. Shady Side, where do you go? Because with these allowance races for 2-year-olds, there are not many of them. So sometimes you don't really have many options if you don't want to put your filly right into a stakes race.
Yeah, and like I said, just it's nice to give the horses an opportunity to develop into that. You don't want a high school athlete going right to the pros, right? There's a process, and when you don't have allowance races or opportunities to kind of build them into the tougher tasks, I just think it makes it more difficult, and I don't think it lends to longevity to horses' careers.
There's a look at Viamente, who did break her maiden by open lengths last time out, but it was a significant drop in class, and she really did lay over a very soft field. But that being said, she was really never in doubt and pulling away much the best.
No, listen, you can never fault a horse for doing what's being asked of them and beating the competition that's set forth before them. And she was much the best. And here she is lingering on her left lead, but drawing off. And sometimes you see a horse wins by finally change leads there. wins by this many lengths, and you think, well, you know, won easy. This horse was ridden hard, you know, even to the last 70 yards. But, you know, there are times when a horse will win and you go, there was more there. She was all in.
Yeah. And yes, the mechanics of her stride are not the smoothest, and that's kind of been a little bit of the navigation with her coming along. Now, she did take a lot of money on debut, where Bellicose was just far more professional in that first start, and then she faced With the Angels, who's been far and above the New York bred filly.
Yeah,
I guess
very good.
all New York bred 2-year-olds really the leader. She's been so dominant.
Yeah,
So
no,
certainly can't
she's
fault her
very
for that.
good. No, and listen, you know, when we talk about horses like With the Angels, this is a horse that they've taken that progressive steps, right? They haven't gone immediately to open company. And I just think gives a horse a chance. Horses only have so many A efforts in their life. Obviously, your better horses have more A efforts. Your best conditioners win races with horses with their B and C efforts before they have to go deep into themselves and come up with those A efforts.
So she's 2-1 Vehemente, along with Shady Side, the favorite continuing to be Broadway Lights to the outside. As we have a pick 4 kicking off here as well. These 2-year-old fillies starting to make their way out of the paddock. Again, all of them have won at least one race, as they will now have the opportunity to step up into Allowance company. There's Jose Lascano about to get a leg up on Brooklyn Rhapsody. She won her first 2 races and then tried Stakes Company at Finger Lakes last time out. But just wonder how good she really is in the quality of those races.
Yeah, she's the only 2-time winner in the race, but it was against significantly easier. I think it was an astute claim, you know, because this is a New York bred filly. There are other options for her. I'm going to be in trouble if I don't pick this horse. I might not be welcome back in my old neighborhood in Brooklyn, Brooklyn Rhapsody.
How about that? Yeah, we'll see what she can do as they start to head out for our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. A very intriguing race as to which of these 2-year-old fillies will step forward. Several of them facing winners for the first time as well, which is always a little bit of an adventure. We'll start things off with Brooklyn Rhapsody to kick off the post parade.
No, as I said, only 2-time winner, and maybe if you're a Queen Freddie Mercury fan, this is the one you lean on.
Who's not? Here's the 2 Island Ride.
Really good speed at Belterra. Again, just feels like this is much tougher.
How do those races stack up versus these? Here's Vehemente, last out winner.
Won by nearly 11 lengths, but it was hard ridden all the way through the stretch.
Shady Side, another one who won last time out.
Yeah, I thought she was very good last time, and maybe she sits the trip because I don't think she makes the lead. I think she hits more of a stalking trip today.
Broadway Lights cutting back in distance here.
Yeah, listen, both of her races on dirt are good. The cutback is, you know, a little bit of a question, no doubt, but she has certainly run the fastest race on dirt of anybody in here, albeit going longer.
And certainly one that did improve switching surfaces after she started her career off on the turf. Well, that's the field for race 2, about 3 minutes away from this 2-year-old filly Allowance race. As we'll take a look at Broadway Lights and her last race, as we touched on, was a live field that she does come out of. Bookham ends up winning this race. She came back to win yesterday as well, even though Bookham with that white face on the front, very green even still. And towards the outside, Richie, is Broadway Lights in those pink silks closing. But again, this was at a mile, so we'll see what she does as she cuts back in distance today.
Boy, you know, she ran well here, but it's hard not to talk about Bookham and how bad she was lugging in. And it's almost accentuated by that big white face. You could really see her head turned to the side. But no, listen, that was a nice effort from Broadway Lights. Kind of lends the idea that this might be a bit too short for her. And Maggie talked about her from a physical perspective, kind of making me go back to Shady Side. Will Shady Side dim those Broadway Lights?
How long have you been thinking about that?
I just came to me, actually.
Did it just now? Yeah, Bookham came back with an 89 by her speed figure yesterday, too. Won impressively by open lengths again, so she faced a good one. So we'll see at 4-5. Broadway Lights currently the favorite at the moment, as, like I said, for being a filly coming here to New York, well named Broadway Lights, as we are not too far from Broadway. Here's the 4 Shady Side, who did win last time out. You mentioned having a chance to watch her train with John Kimmel, a trainer certainly, Richie, that you know very well, rode a lot of horses for too. And I know it's something, you know, you can talk about this a little bit as well, being able to go to training with John now, seeing on this side of it when you don't have to be there working horses for him.
Yeah, although I really always liked having a home base and a place where I could work with the people and the horses on a consistent basis. I know I was a rider, came up under a contract, probably the last high-profile rider that came up under a contract, very old school with Steve DeMauro. And I was always my most comfortable in that setting, and I like being in on the plotting, the planning, trying to make the horses the best they can be. And John, you know, the relationship with John really afforded me that. I was going to have my coffee there at 6 o'clock every morning and, you know, what horses I was going to get on. And I would always pick out a 2-year-old or two that I would get on every day, that I would gallop them and teach them all their lessons. It was so much more satisfying to be in on the process and not just, there's a lot of times you ride a horse the first time you ever laid eyes on him, you win on him, it's great. But to actually be with them from the beginning and watch them develop and get to that point where they're successful is so much more satisfying.
And to see the development of 2-year-olds as well. There's so much change that can happen with these young horses, especially if they maybe come from a 2-year-old sale. They're going to be a little bit further along. If they're yearlings, they've been broken down in Ocala, whatever it is, coming here to start. But no matter what, as they start going through the paces, training at a racetrack or at a training center and on to their races, and then race by race, they change a lot.
They change a lot, and especially we're talking about 2-year-old horses racing now, right? These are high school athletes in my mind, you know, if you equate them to human beings. And then as they get older, 3-year-olds, they're college athletes, right? And then as they get 4 and 5, they're professional athletes. There's this evolution to it. And a lot of times you'll see a really good 2-year-old. They don't change at all. They were just the kid that was more mature in high school than their counterparts.
We talk about it in terms of precocity as well. Well, we'll see what these 2-year-olds do as we have our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. 2-year-old Allowance race as Broadway Lights continues to be the favorite, 3-5 right now, but we'll see if she can navigate the shorter distances. Shady Side, 5-2 for John Kimmel. She's sharp behind the gate as well. As we load in, we'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in, Viamente. 2 out, Shady Side. Broadway Lights, last to load. End it. All set. And they're off. Broken an even line. Island Ride has early speed, and also right there, Viamente's in that early mix, and there's Brooklyn Rhapsody towards the inside. It's going to be Island Ride with a nose in front. Island Ride is in front with Brooklyn Rhapsody now taken back to the second. Viamente doesn't want to be in behind horses in the 3-path. It's a pressured pace early on. Shady Side. The trailer is Broadway Lights, who's going to tuck right in behind. Now a leading trio is going to draft just off of them. Is the trailer only 2.5 off the lead? 22-1 for a pressured opening quarter mile. 4 furlongs left to go. Island Ride is in front. Viamente now ready to challenge towards the outside. Here's a 3-wide run from Shady Side. Kendrick Carmouche, they're on the move. Yellow Cap is starting to move forward. Broadway Lights is under a tight hold, is in fourth, is towards the outside here. Brooklyn Rhapsody also saving ground to the inside, is starting to drop back a touches. Island Ride, 45-3 for that half-mile time. Viamente is still in hand, and Viamente is traveling strongly here for Luis Rivera Jr. and kicks for home, and quickly is up by 2.5. Broadway Lights, though, pounces down towards the inside, gets over to the rail, was right in behind the leaders, and Broadway Lights is catching with every single stride. A furlong left to go. Broadway Lights is now in front, is up by a length and a half, call it 2, and widening inside the final 16th. Dylan Davis, an early double. Broadway Lights wins this one easily. Broadway Lights wins it over Viamente, then came Shady Side in 1 minute 17 seconds flat.
Broadway Lights delivers as the favorite, and indeed, Dylan Davis sweeps the early double and made a smart move because Viamente was kind of drifting a little bit there. Richie hanging on that left inside lead, and he was able, with Broadway Lights, to come up the inside. Nice
to be on the best horse and then to get the best trip. There was a contested scrum on the lead, a lot of pace on. Viamente goes very wide here. I don't know if they're trying to race ride the 4 Shady Side of it. Louis Rivera, you got to hold your line a bit better than that. You don't want to give the favorite easy pass to your inside. At least make them work for it. But the best horse got the best trip. Dylan Davis sweeps the early double. He's good off the plane, isn't he?
Yeah, he is off the plane, as you said, riding yesterday at Del Mar. Took the red eye back and back-to-back wins in the winner's circle now. After those trips, did you really feel it weighing on you when you had to ride the next day, flying back overnight?
You know, I was always very blessed because I always slept really well on planes, and most riders do, smaller than average people that can kind of get more comfortable in the seats. And for me, once I started having kids, you never sleep completely sound. You're always kind of got one ear open for the kids. When you're on a plane, you can't worry about that, right? There's nothing you can do. I almost slept better on planes.
You didn't have to worry about them calling for you in the middle of the night. Well, there is Dylan Davis and Broadway Lights getting the victory. Another win for trainer Brad Cox. Just seems like all the horses that Brad has brought here to New York this fall have really been well spotted, and his assistant Dustin Dugas as well did a really, really great job of prepping them and really suiting these races. Being a top class racehorse trainer, half of the equation is being a good horse person, right? Getting the horses healthy, sound, having them fit, well prepared. And the other part of the equation is placing them properly and understanding where they need to be to excel. Set them up to be successful. Don't set them up to fail. Broadway Lights with the win. She picks up another victory, this daughter of Twirling Candy. Speaking about 2-year-olds, what does the 2-year-old division look like? Citizen Bowl pulled the upset, going wire to wire in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile this fall. We'll talk a little bit more about the 2-year-old picture after this. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We're proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Live coverage continues here from the Big A, and a lot of success for that man aboard Broadway Lights. Dylan Davis taking his own rolling double, actually the early double to be exact. But Dylan, fresh off the plane from California, we were just talking about it. They were talking about it on set, Acacia and Richie and you and I, that
you find it pretty easy to sleep on planes.
It's just natural for me. I could fall asleep pretty much anywhere. Even my agent knows that, Mike. If I'm sitting down and I'm not doing anything, I could fall asleep. But I guess that's a bonus for me. I can take those long flights, fall asleep most of the way, and conserve my energy for races like this. I ride the card, and the plan was to sleep as much as possible on the planes and when I got there and coming back. So I feel well. I feel good, and got plenty of more races to go. But I'm not done, and I feel good.
A very adept ride, too, here aboard Broadway Lights. You saved ground, and she was well in hand with you, considering she was turning back in distance. And then it was like the extra distance she'd been running really paid off down the lane. She kicked on nicely.
Yes, she did. So just, she's shortening up from route races. The thing I wanted to do was just break well and just be in good contention with the field, good contact, don't lose contact there. Tucked her into the turn, and I found myself in the 2 path. I was in a good spot, and Louis Rivera started moving a little bit there before the bend and opened up my options. And the rail was good for me in the first race, so I dove down back to the rail, and this filly really handled it well and strided really nicely down the lane, and she handled it well for me, and I thought that was the right move.
Well, speaking of handling things well, how well are you going to handle the move to Gulfstream Park? Obviously, you've had a great year, but a success from huge barns that are well represented in South Florida. Kristoff Clement, Chad Brown, Mark Cassey. Talk a little bit about the decision.
Yeah, so it's definitely a tough decision because I've always had a lot of success here at Aqueduct and on the NYRA circuit. It's done very well for me and myself in my career. So. The reason for going down south was because I've had a lot of success with these trainers and young horses, and most of them are going down south. So looking for that Derby horse and those Oaks horses, I'm trying to step my game up to the next level, and I think that's a risk that I have to take. And if it doesn't work out, I could always come back to Aqueduct back at home. So, just taking that little risk, and hopefully it works out. And if it does, then I'll be going down again for the next year. So a little bit earlier, but I'm excited. Yeah.
We totally get it. You got to chase those big horses, and hopefully, at the very least, you come back with a good tan.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Dylan, congratulations. Keep things rolling.
Thanks, Maggie. Thank you.
All right, Dylan Davis really taking that big step, Acacia, with his riding abilities, and the logical step is to go down south.
It makes a lot of sense, Maggie. Thank you. Though Dylan did tell me that he doesn't tan very well.
Just look at him. I think he'll burn. I mean,
he gets a little crispy.
Yeah,
so,
I think he'd be red.
Dylan, sunscreen. You need it there at Gulfstream. Winning the early double here at Broadway Lights, taking the Spencer Farm 2 race of the day, $3.10 winner on your favorite. And as far as Dylan is concerned, we'll take a look at race number 3 coming up next. His mount scratching out of this one, Gentle Breeze, who I thought was a major player in this race, but that does leave Very Funny as a very short price favorite reclaim for Linda Rice. But as far as Dylan traveling down south, Richie, for a rider, and you've talked about it, kind of finding out just the simple things, that the flow of the racetrack, where the jockstern is, where to go, the setup of things, on top of riding there and those relationships and going about your day-to-day job.
Yeah, it's just a different way of doing things. You've got to get comfortable like anything else. Now, there's a lot of riders there that he's ridden on with a consistent basis in New York, right? Mm-hmm. He'll be facing IRAD and riders like that. But the riders that he's going to have to learn how to kind of ride with them are the riders that ride there year-round. There's a level of unpredictability when you don't know riders' habits. And it's incumbent upon a rider to not only know horses and their habits, but riders and their habits. And who you want to, attempt to get through on, who that guy, he'll hang off the side of one to keep me blocked. You'll learn these things. Listen, Dylan's going to be fine. And one thing, he's paid a lot of attention, even just what he said just now about diving to the rail. It was good for him in the first race. He's paid more attention to track biases. He's gotten, to me, just so much more consistent in his approach. I didn't like Florida. I'm just not a Florida person. I spent winters there, particularly 3 winters riding for John Kimmel down there. I was riding a lot for Kieran McLaughlin, but Kieran would still winter in Dubai at that time. So it just made more sense to go to Florida. But I was never happy there. I'm a New Yorker. This is home. I don't mind the cold. It's always warm in the winner's circle. And Dylan can't sleep anywhere. Until, like, this past year, he'd be falling asleep in the gate all the time.
Oh boy. But Richie can say that as he's
He
been,
knows I'm teasing him.
Exactly. But you've also, I know, worked closely with Dylan a lot over the last couple of years too, and I know you're very proud of his progression and all that he's accomplished.
Oh,
this year.
I'm very, very proud of Dylan and how he's developed and now his consistency. Listen, his dad, Robbie, great rider, tremendous competitor. But I feel like I had a hand in reinforcing certain things with Dylan, particularly riding the turf. You have to stay disciplined. You have to stay inside. You can't be the rider always looking to go to the right, to the clear, while the race is going forward. There's a lot of races won by heads, necks, noses, half lengths. You don't want to lose a length going sideways when you need to follow live cover, a horse in front of you. And it takes a certain amount of discipline, which Dylan has attained.
Well, we wish Dylan all the best down in South Florida this winter. I believe he said in January we'll be heading down there. We talked before the break about the 2-year-old picture, and we'll learn a lot more about some of the 2-year-olds, soon to be 3. All thoroughbreds have their birthday on January 1st in the Remsen next Saturday, part of that big Cigar Mile day. And taking a look at some of the probables, we'll see Studley Do Right, who won the Nashua. Tony Eclipse finishing 3rd in there. Studley Do Right, a horse that always had a lot of potential as well, and certainly one that I think appreciates distance.
Oh, I agree, and there's a lot of foundation here. This is a horse that's been running consistently throughout the year, so he's got the foundation from a physical standpoint and certainly the experience racing, and I think that shows here. Look how professional he was. Down inside, was able to come out, split horses. I just think it's a really professional racehorse effort here, and that's something that, a 2-year-old could have a lot of ability, but if they don't have that foundation, maybe they're not going to be able to be as successful.
Studley Do Right, as you mentioned, he's been running consistently. He's had 6 starts with 3 wins, won his first 2 races, including the Tremont back on Belmont Stakes weekend up at Saratoga, 2nd in the Sanford. Kind of went off the rails a little bit, disappointed in the Hopeful, but really put it all together in the Nashua last time. And from a physical perspective, Richie, I think he should love the 1 1/8 of the Remsen.
Wasn't that the dividing line, right? From that 8th to 9th furlong, and then, of course, next year from that 9th furlong to that 10th furlong in the Kentucky Derby. But this horse has kind of been campaigned old school, and he's been racing consistently throughout the year. He is a big, kind of rangy horse that definitely lends itself to 9 furlongs. And after last year's edition of the Remsen, Dornoch, your Belmont Stakes winner, Sierra Leone, your Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Remsen has, over the years, been a real kind of key prep race to see who's going to go on as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, we've seen it be very productive, particularly from last year's edition of Maggie. And who are you looking forward to seeing in this year's edition of the Remsen?
I'm actually, Acacia, looking forward to a horse switching surfaces, and back to the scene where he broke his maiden is Aviator Guy for trainer Chad Brown. I was scratching my head when he entered this guy on the turf for the Awad Stakes, and because he doesn't look like a turf horse, and granted, that race that he won just there was an off the turf event, so he really wanted to get him on the turf, but physically, he looks like a dirt router, and maybe it was a question mark of just getting him a bit more distance to work with too, because he's very long, very leggy, but very upright in his pasterns as well. So I'm really intrigued to see what he can do around the 9 furlongs, because at least looking at him physically, Acacia, this looks as though it should be right up his alley. I love the Remsen, as you guys were just talking about, though. And so many good horses have really, come out of the woodworks or really cemented themselves as major players as 3-year-olds, because it's one of the first races that we see that demands a lot of the distance. And I think that usually kind of weeds out the horses and puts those to the forefront of who will be likely to head into this Classics.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing it, Maggie. Thank you. Here's a look at the Road to the Kentucky Derby coming up this December. What's still left? The Remsen, certainly a big part of that, and we talked about how productive it can be. And I think Aviator Guy is very interesting. And just a pedigree note, Aviator Guy is out of a mare who's actually the sister to Gunrunner. We saw yesterday a filly who is the sister to Gunrunner get the win for 3 Chimneys in Pretty Anna. So obviously, pedigree-wise, we know they can handle the dirt in the distance.
Yeah, and there's a depth of pedigree that I believe in, especially as you get to going further distances. I think that pedigree really counts. And Obviously, I like this edition of the Remsen. I think this is going to be a race we're going to look back on and say, hey, pretty good group of horses.
Well, as far as the two-year-old picture is concerned, I think kind of wrapped up as far as the divisional championship does go with Citizen Bowl. He's a two-time Grade 1 winner. He won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Whatever you want to say about how maybe he stole the race in the front end, he still won and showed up, while a couple of the other big contenders did not in that race.
Well, this is your two-year-old champion. He's a two-time Grade 1 winner, and he won the big race on the right day, the Breeders' Cup, which has become the most important race as far as year-end championship. And Chancellor McPatrick had 2 Grade 1 wins, but he failed on the big day, and that doesn't mean he's not going to be a contender going forward. But Citizen Bull, to me, stamped his championship season with that Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, Citizen Bull won the American Pharaoh Grade 1 at Santa Anita prior to that, and then won the Breeders' Cup at Juvenile. Another two-time Grade 1 winner is Chancellor McPatrick, who you touched on. We saw him win the Champagne and the Hopeful, but a non-effort in the Breeders' Cup. That being said, those 2 races I just mentioned were very impressive because he is such a deep closer.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I love the horse. I love when you see 2-year-olds have that professional style that can take kickback and rally through traffic. I mean, he was always better when he got in the clear, but you saw how he was covered with dirt in that one shot there. A very good horse. And one thing, when we talk about he didn't get the pace that would help him shine in the Breeders' Cup, right? That's usually not the case in the Kentucky Derby. 20-horse field, everybody's fighting for position, a long run into that first turn. They usually go too fast a pace for the distance, which would aid a horse like Chancellor McPatrick.
Yeah, certainly. I think you think back to Sierra Leone, deep closer for Chad Brown as well. Nearly won the Kentucky Derby. We'll see what the 3-year-old season does hold for Chancellor McPatrick. Back to today, there's a look at Very Funny in the paddock, getting ready for race 3, a reclaim for Linda Rice. He's currently even money on the board. We'll talk more about this third after this.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, Drain the Clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 to the back.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Tonal is still with a lot to do and full of mind at the back. And now they're moving for the head of the stretch. Private Zone holding on to the lead here. And it's Matru, Mashawish on the far outside. Red Vine in behind as they pass the 3/16 pole. Private Zone challenged here by Matru and Mashawish. Mashawish on the outside and Matru. Those two are right together. Tonalist is putting in a big late run. And Red Vine is splitting horses. The 4 of them come down to the line. Look like Tonalist got there.
Tonalist finalist in the 2015 Cigar Mile. You can watch that replay so many times, Richie, and I still always think he's not going to get there. And what a cool horse, winner of Grade 1 from a mile. Of course, out to a mile and a half, also have taken the Belmont Stakes and Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, a rare feat, right? To have the stamina to be able to stay the mile and a half, but the turn of foot to make up that much ground in the stretch going a mile. And I had forgotten how much ground he actually made up. What a terrific inside-out ride by Johnny Velasquez to get it done.
Huge effort that day in the Cigar Mile by Tonalist, picking up that win, as we'll get a chance to see who adds their name to the list of Cigar Mile winners this weekend. I still think it's a shame it's no longer a Grade 1, but that being said, we will get a chance to see. I think if everybody shows up as planned as the list of the probables, it's going to be a really exciting race.
I agree with you that it'll be a really exciting race. I also firmly agree with you that it should be a Grade 1, and we're remiss not for me to mention that Kristoff Clement trained Tonalist to the mile and a half Belmont Stakes win, to the mile win in the Cigar Mile, and it's about time that the Hall of Fame voters get it right and induct this man in the Hall of Fame, because he belongs.
I very much agree with you on that one, as there is Kristoff's charge in this upcoming third race, Final Denial, a horse that I really think will appreciate less distance, Richie. And it is a significant drop in class, so that is a little bit of a question, but I do like the turn back.
Yeah, the turn back, and listen, we know that Kristoff Clement is just placing a horse where he thinks he needs to run. It's not a fire sale. He's not looking to just dump a horse. He's putting this horse where he believes he needs to be to win. And I think 6-5 is too short a price on Very Funny. Not going to be surprised if he wins, but I would take 3-1 on Final Denial before I would take that price on Very Funny.
Was beaten by his stablemate Landoro last time out, also for the Bromans, who just really got the right trip and was the best horse that day. Final Denial gets to cut back in distance, so he is a closing sprinter. Do you think that he will have some pace to run at in here?
I'm seeing pace here. I think there's plenty of pace, really, right? You go to the towards the outside, the 8-horse with Matty Over. He's basically runaway speed. I think he ensures a fast pace.
See how it does play out. Very Funny continuing to be the heavy favorite right now. Again, a reclaim for Linda Rice. Had this horse back in early this year, February of 2024, and yes, she claimed him for $25,000, then dropping down to 16, but she previously had this horse for 16, and Linda Rice plays the claiming game very, very well.
Oh, absolutely. She knows how to play it. She places horse. Again, the equation. You got to be a good horse person, have your horse ready, but you got to place him properly.
Let's meet the field, starting off with the entry. Grand Again will kick things off.
A horse that could also lend speed to this race.
The 1A is the other part of the entry, Majestic Arc, cutting back in distance.
Turning back in distance, he probably gets out-footed, an entry that kind of, complements each other.
To the rail, there's your favorite, Very Funny.
Claimed for $25,000, shows up for 16, and landed in a good spot. There's no doubt that this horse is going to be tough to beat.
3-2 right now, very short price. Big drop in class on the 3, Final Denial.
I think the drop in class is the key here, and a horse that has won at the distance, before trying turf.
There is the 4, Masterwork. Hit the board at a big price last time.
This horse is a little bit interesting turning back. Has never, hasn't run this short in a very long time.
Here's Irie for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, it just feels like this horse has got to step forward to be a competitor here.
A little bit off form as of late. There is Freeze Pop, big layoff to contend with.
Yeah, big layoff. Rob Falcone does really good work. She shows up with the blinkers off, turning back in distance.
The 8, Muazzara, who, as you mentioned, will likely go out to the front end.
Oh, this horse is speedy. And the first 2 races, horses that were on the inside had the best of it. Now, maybe they were just the best horses, but something to keep an eye on.
And Vincento off a little bit of a layoff since July.
Yeah, just, boy, you feel like this horse is going to have to find a race that we just haven't seen in a while to be competitive here.
See if we can turn things around. The 2, Very Funny, though, continuing to be your favorite. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Very Funny here, as he does look incredibly healthy for trainer Linda Rice. That's something that you kind of, A, come to expect from Linda, but B, from this horse. He is a very, well, it's really to say kind of a chunky kind of guy. But the reclaim does make a bit of sense. Now, I'm not totally in love with the 6 furlongs. I never have been for him. But Kendrick did boot him away from the pony to get him into and have a big warm-up. So I appreciate that overall. We'll see how he does here. I'm going to take him, and I feel like him taking so much money is slightly a negative, though we'll see what they ultimately go off at post time against number 3, Final Denial, whom, look, he drops in class. He makes a lot of sense. He's definitely more of a sprinter. That's the way he's framed. Does he get the pace to close into? Because I think it's confirmed he's a closing sprinter overall. I will say this, though, as arguably his faster races have come on the turf, he does have much more of a turf hoof to him. So he looks great in the paddock. I have no problems with him. He looks good out in the racetrack. So, yeah, 5-2 seems a bit big on him. We'll see if that plays out to be a negative, but I do respect him overall. Now, Freeze Pop, you get the kind of feeling, he's number 7, that this is just a start to possibly get him going, in that there have been several stops and starts. Acacia, you pointed out on the simulcast show earlier that he was entered last year up in Saratoga and was a late scratch, and then we haven't seen him for over a year now since then. So looking at him, he looks like he needs to start. He has a bit of a belly on him. He's had a lot of stops and starts when it comes to his work tab too. And furthermore, he's a horse that has had more success going longer. So I feel like Connections just want to get him to the races because you gain so much more fitness out of an actual race than anything that you're going to do in the morning. So definitely taking the wait and see approach with your current 3rd choice. Acacia?
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. Yeah, Freeze Pop has some things to answer after that late scratch back in August of 2023. So does come back here, and we'll see if he's ready for this return. Did you like those Freeze Pops? I remember my tongue was always blue in the summer as a kid for those Freeze Pops. I always had them.
I loved them when I was riding, especially. You couldn't just drink all the water you wanted.
Yeah.
You get those Freeze Pops, and my granddaughter Isabella loves them.
Oh,
She's
wow.
nuts
Big
for
fan.
them. Oh man.
Yeah.
But the only thing is, like, she'll take a bite of one or have one and for a little while, but then she wants a different color.
Oh, so she
switches it up. Yeah.
We gotta have options. I respect it, Isabella.
I have a question.
Yeah.
The one horse, Grand Again, is ridden by a 10-pound apprentice, but according to the stats here, this apprentice has 5 wins. They're supposed to go to 7 pounds. Was there an adjustment in the weights here from 112 to 115?
Yes.
Okay, there was.
There is.
All right.
Yep, there is. Okay. Yes, that was a late announcement earlier
Gotcha.
on. As we load in for race number 3, pick 4 kicking off here. Very Funny. Is it your favorite? We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Vincento to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Masterwork was steadied at the start. In between horses, there's Grand Again, who gets the early lead, and Grand Again challenged by Muzara, and Muzara flashing that early speed once again. Muzara is towards the outside, is now a neck in front. Pressure towards the inside by Majestic Arc and Grand Again, and these 3 hook up in a pace battle on the front end. Masterwork was off slowly, but has made up quick ground, is taken 4th, is to the inside here, Berry Funny, and Berry Funny's on the move through a 22-second flat opening quarter mile. Muzara is sprinting away, is up by 3, 4 winding lengths towards the back end of the field. Final Denials trying to get going, is now in the 6th position. In front of that one comes Vincento. Irie Man starts a rally from the back of the field as Muzara will have the lead at the top of the stretch. Has a quarter mile left to go. Can Muzara keep going? Was softened up by those early fractions, but Muzara still has about a 4.5 length cushion. Berry Funny is in full pursuit, coming after the leader now. Muzara needs to find a final furlong. Berry Funny, Kendrick Carmouche catching with every single stride. They've got all the momentum, and Berry Funny pushes on by. Berry Funny is the leader. Muzara is game, but is in second, and Berry Funny is going to win this one, drawing away. Very Funny, the favorite, gets the win. Muzara second, Masterwork, then came Irie in 1 minute 10 and 3.
Very Funny delivers as the favorite on the reclaim for Linda Rice, able to run down that pace setter.
Yeah, listen, well placed, found the right group of horses, sat a good trip with Kendrick Carmouche, was able to back out of a duel. Muzara was on the lead as we expected, opened up. But the best horse got a good trip, and Very Funny gets it done. I'm of the opinion, watching this, even though Muzara wasn't able to see it through, inside portion of the track is where you would prefer to be. I just think that this kind of carried this horse a bit further than normal. You know, usually kind of gives it up a little bit quicker, but it's a logical result. Thought Final Denial just had no speed. Got a little too far back, too much to do.
Final Denial, though, the only horse claimed out of this race. Very Funny will stay with Linda Rice. Final Denial, though, claimed and off to a new barn on that drop in class. But Very Funny getting the win. And what Richie was talking about with the track, something to keep an eye on, especially later if that continues, because Julia's shining off the layoff in the Allowance feature. She's that deep closing, grinding type. She's going to be kind of in the center of the racetrack, trying to make that late rally, that late run. Could be up against it.
And she's not the kind of horse that you can kind of stop and start. So, you know, some horses you just can't take those chances with, because if you stop them, you can't get them going and you won't regain that momentum. Yeah, it's something to keep an eye on. I don't think that it's set in stone, but it just feels like the track kind of carried Muzara along a little bit further today.
Something to watch as well, it was short and sweet. You're leaving me, but you'll be back a little bit later, right?
I'll be back a little bit later, but you get Jonathan Kinchin waiting in the wings, so a very able replacement.
Very good. Well, we look forward to seeing you back on the desk a little bit later on. As Richie mentioned, Jonathan Kinchin coming up to join me when we come back on America's Day at the races. We talked about the productivity of last year's Remsen. What a stepping stone it has been for eventual Belmont Stakes winner Dornick and eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner Sierra Leone. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. We look just outside Grand Central in New York City as we are at New York City's racetrack here at Aqueduct in the third race. We saw Very Funny get the right kind of trip, able to run down the pace setter and just delivers as the favorite off the reclaim for Linda Rice as we head down to Maggie with the winning connections.
That's right. Owning with Linda Rice, Anthony Garino of Red Storm Stable. And Anthony, did Linda have to twist your arm to go back in with this horse? Or not that you had him before, but she did. Yeah. Talk a little bit about the decision to go in for Very Funny.
I can't give her the credit. It's our credit. We picked him out. So we asked her what she didn't like about him prior, and she just got aggressive with him. So we went back. He's a New York bred, 4-year-old, and we think he can move forward. So we take the credit for getting him.
Well, it's always promising too, or encouraging when the trainer opts to share a leg with you as well. Talk a little bit about his effort today, though. I thought one of his obviously best to date.
Yeah, I mean, he put a lot of weight on. I told Linda in the paddock, I said, wow, he put a lot of muscle on because he was a little ribby when we first got him. So I think he ran really good. I mean, I think speed's good today. So to see him come off the pace like that, that's pretty encouraging. They didn't claim him, so we live to fight another day.
And it's always good to have these types during the winter here at the Big A.
Yeah, I mean, this is when the small guys like me got to pay our bills.
Absolutely. You'll have another runner coming up next week, and everyone loves Linda. Just a very, productive type of mare.
Yeah, she's been unbelievable. She's been a blessing to us. We claimed her for 50. She won the Allowance two times in a row. We protected her once, and then we didn't protect her. I was the underbidder as a 2-year-old, so I followed her career, cool. and that's how I kind of landed on her for the 50. And she's just been a blessing to us. My mom owns a piece of her with me, so it's been really rewarding for me to get my mom in the winning circle a couple times on Mother's Day.
Yeah, oh, cool.
Yeah, she's a special horse for us.
That's really cool, but it is truly a family affair. I know both your parents kind of involved and follow racing quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, my dad watches races every day. My mom and my dad, they own horses when I was a kid, and that's how I got into the game. And it's great to share it now with my kids. And little Caesar and Valentina, Willow's best friend.
Yes, our children go to school together, but hey, now Caesar can maybe buy Willow a little Valentine's Day gift.
Oh, he may, because he talks about her enough.
I love it. Oh, guys, always fun to be here in the winner's circle with a friend, too, and Anthony Garino here with Very Funny.
I just want to congratulate Tom because that horse ran dynamite yesterday.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Acacia.
As we see young romance blooming there, getting closer to Valentine's Day. Congratulations, Anthony Garino and the team with Very Funny. Reclaim for Linda Rice proving successful as I welcome in, as promised, Jonathan Kinchman joining me here. What's going on?
Well, nothing much. Just hanging out. It's cold outside.
Yeah.
Not quite used to that yet, but I'm getting better.
I'm still impressed because I'm always cold, and Jonathan does the T-shirt move.
Oh, yeah, but I'm not have a hoodie and a sweatshirt and a vest.
He has
over
the
there.
layers
Yeah,
over there. Yeah. It's all an illusion. Race 4 coming up next as we have a New York bred first level allowance sprinting going 6.5 furlongs. Here's a look at the field at the moment, and it's Brick Ambush who's taking all the money. I thought we would see Runaway Joke potentially as the favorite with the scratches in here, JK, but I guess Brick Ambush really does have the class as he's now second off a little bit of that layoff. Has been running against tough New York bred company versus a horse like Runaway Joke who's coming in from Finger Lakes.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, I think a lot of times people assume that just because a horse has been running at Finger Lakes, they might not be as good, and sometimes that is the case, but that's what speed figures can do for you. Speed figures can kind of help differentiate horses that are coming from different racetracks. And Runaway Joke's numbers are better than everyone else's. So if you're going to get the 5-2, which I'm hoping that you will, I think Runaway Joke is a great bet in this spot.
Looking to make it 6 in a row. He's certainly been in good form recently. Well, we talked before about how productive the Remsen has been, particularly last year's edition, which was an absolute throwdown battle, if you remember it. Dornick was on the lead, and it was a track that day where you really wanted to have inside speed, so he was arguably with the racetrack, but clearly a horse that had a lot of ability. And closing late was that Son of Gun runner, Sierra Leone, who just missed as they battled it down. I forgot, Jonathan, watching this race back earlier, that Sierra Leone had actually put his nose in front, and Dornick came back.
No, absolutely. I mean, it was an unbelievable finish, and the Remsen, from time to time, can produce a 2-year-old winner that doesn't necessarily train on. They were just better going a mile and 8 than their competition that day. But But I think that this race has kind of changed how that will be looked at a little bit with a Belmont winner and a Breeders' Cup Classic winner in here. And they both had productive years throughout the year. It wasn't like they just kind of popped up out of nowhere. So looking forward to this race being productive. I think it's the fact that you can win at this time of your 2-year-old year going a mile, and it says a lot about the individuals that can win the Remsen.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at what Dornick did, won the Fountain of Youth, Belmont Stakes, and the Haskell. Sierra Leone won the Risen Star Bluegrass and Breeders' Cup Classic. Sierra Leone nearly got there to the Kentucky Derby as well. Both of them just with really solid years. Unfortunately, we did not see Dornick in the Breeders' Cup, but 2 horses that really went on as 3-year-olds to be very successful and just showing how productive that Remsen can be. And we'll see if there's anybody in this year's field that can do something good as a 3-year-old next year.
Another set of results like that, you'd like to think maybe the Remsen might get an upgrade in grade.
Right, maybe it should be. Well, we'll see what takes place, and we'll see who can handle that mile and an 1/8 distance coming up next weekend of the Remsen. Horses on their way over. There is Danny Gargan's Brick Ambush. Of course, he had Dornick last year. He will send out Brick Ambush, currently the favorite in this upcoming 4th race, and we'll kick off the pick 6 after this.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner of 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Irish Hill Century Farm in Stillwater has grown to 450 acres. Expansion demanded by mare owners.
Got the Saratoga water. You know, we have the minerals. It's on sandy ground, and underneath there that water's got everything in it that you want.
And mare owners want the farm stallions. Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner Big Brown.
And his babies, they run just like him. He adds leg, body. If you need improvement, Big Brown's gonna do it.
King for a Day is by emerging sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Looking at Lee earned his spot on the roster by finishing second in the 2017 Kentucky Derby. War Dancer's offspring have earned more than $5 million. Warrior's Charge is a son of Munnings who notched 2 Grade 3 wins on his way to earning more than $1 million. And everyone's waiting to see if the handsome son of American Pharaoh, Waiting, produces the kind of speed he himself displayed as a 2-year-old in training. The stallion roster is a joint operation between Irish Hill and Duchess Views Farm.
And we decided to merge the stallions, put them under one roof and co-manage them together. And it's worked out great. We're saving the owners a lot of money, and we're getting more mares to the stallions.
Beginning with the 2023 breeding season, the partnership expanded to include multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Control, who stands at Rockridge Stud in Hudson.
Lorray and I and Rick Burke at Irish Hill
and Jerry Belinsky have been talking about doing this for years. And he came along, and it just gave us the impetus to do it.
We love those New York breds. You can check out more information at nybreds.com for more on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. New York Bred Allowance coming up here in the 4th race. And favoritism now has shifted over to that horse, the 4 Runaway Joke. Won his last 5 races. Jonathan, just an incredible feat. Let's hear how he looks, though, from Maggie. Maggie, can he bring his show on the road here to Naira?
Yeah, and can he flaunt that speed? Excuse me, with regards to number 4, Runaway Joke. Is he going to handle the Aqueduct Strip as well as he has at Finger Lakes? Because before that, and racing out of town or out of the state, as a New York bred, the most comparable race he had was one time at Churchill. Other than that, his races look a bit on the slow side, as he has had quite a comprehensive 2024 campaign, this being his 11th start of the year, but that has not taken a toll from my viewpoint on this horse. Granted, it's the first time I'm seeing him ever, but he's a big burly son of Practical Joke, has a lot of size and substance to him, which you like to see. So at least physically ships in here in fine fettle and fitting well with the horses that he meets here today. Nicely composed too for a horse that coming in from out of town that likely has speed. I do want to watch him warm up, but he does have some competition coming from a horse who will be looking to come off of it, I should say, in Brick Ambush. But given the way the track looks today, I don't know if that's the best thing. Brick Ambush, second off of a layoff here, kind of well back early, and he stayed on mildly down the lane behind Sandy Sweet Tooth and Stewie, who just ran 1-2 around the racetrack that day. I've always been a fan of this horse, Brick Ambush, so he does look incredibly fit. I was not in the paddock for the October 4th effort, so it can't really compare to what he looks like that day compared to today, but looks ready to go on this occasion. We'll just see if the track is detrimental to how he performs here.
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Given what we've seen so far today, looking like you want to be inside, maybe like you really want to be forward as well. That could be up against it a bit for Brick Ambush, who he was off a bit slow, and then Junior Alvarado was aboard that day too, kind of urged him to get into contention, but he I think just left himself with too much to do, as Maggie touched on how that race did play out tactically.
Yeah, it seemed like he's been doing that for his last 3 or 4 races as well. 5 races back, he was a little bit quicker. Second race of his life, he was a little bit quicker. But a lot of times, he kind of just ends up being, 4th, 6th early, giving him a little bit too much to do, like you mentioned. And I just believe that the 4 is faster. Mm-hmm. I think Runaway Joke is a faster horse. I think he's faster early. I think he's faster all-encompassing as a whole. I really do believe the 6 Brick Ambush is up against it, facing this horse right here, Runaway Joke.
Well, here's Runaway Joke's last win, and he got to the front. He wasn't the quickest out of the gate. He was a little bit sluggish getting out, but he kind of moved up quickly. There was an acceleration there, which I did appreciate. He was able to hold on for the victory. And I mean, look, Jonathan, any horse that can win 5 in a row, no matter where it is, you have to give them some credit for what they've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before the break, the speed figures go a long way. It's why speed figures are the most dependable thing in racing, in my opinion. If you aren't familiar with how speed figures are made, I'd encourage you to pick up any of Andy Byer's books and read and learn about how figures are created, because the idea is with all these, when simulcast racing became very popular, with all these different racetracks, different distances, there was no way to really compare 6 furlongs at Saratoga to 6 furlongs at Del Mar. Mm-hmm. The surfaces are different, the weather's different. One horse could go 5 seconds faster, but be 5 seconds slower if they were to be in the same race. So speed figures have made it where it's a little bit more clear to understand how 2 horses have performed at different places. In Runaway Joke, in 4 of his last 5 races, he's run faster numbers than anything that Brick Ambush has ever run. Mm-hmm. So I have a lot of confidence in the math behind speed figures, with a little bit of a human touch, depending on what figure you look at. I think the 4 Runaway Joke is a great opportunity here.
Some really good points brought up there about how you can compare these two. So we'll take a look at the one he's got it. We'll watch his last race starting from the beginning, and it was for a conditioned $16,000 claiming race. So he's taking a big step up in class. But we'll take a look here. He breaks okay, Jonathan, and then he kind of, I can only describe it as drops anchor and drops back to last, and then he ends up running on for third, but definitely left himself with not the easiest time of it.
Right, I don't know if it was intentional by Eric or not to take back into a fast pace, but he did. It was a fast pace, he took back, he made one run, and he got up for third. And it's one of those situations where I believe his performance is a little bit dressed up. It looks better. Visually, when you see a horse flashing into the screen, it's, oh, hey, wow, he was really finishing. But he was finishing, to me, into horses that were slowing down. And that would be the one thing that I would be a little concerned about. He's not too far off from a figure standpoint, and if someone decides to go with the 4 runaway joke, it could certainly set up for he's got it. But and I would want a little bit better of a price than 5-1 because he's being bet off of that previous performance.
Yeah, and that race does kind of stand out a little bit and did not run on 2 starts back in both of those races against arguably lesser company than what he's going to face today. Sometimes the class just kind of hard to get around. The number 8 Rafua to the outside taking money, and I mean, look, could he win? Yes. The problem is he doesn't like to win. 30 starts, 2 wins, and 14 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he hasn't been bet in his last 2, and he's been 6th and 3rd. Usually when horses aren't bet and they don't run all that great, I try not to hold it against him. I'm much more of the type that wants to look at that race 3 back where he was bet a little bit. Right, he was about 3-1 that day, and he ran well and won. So that definitely is one that I want to take a little bit into, like a little bit more consideration. But he's also another one that's going to be coming from out of it to a certain extent, and that's not something I necessarily want in a race where it looks like the fastest horse in the race is loose.
We'll meet the field, starting things off with the one he's got it, stepping up in class.
Yeah, just worried about the setup last time. Is that going to work out for him here today?
How much can you put into that last race? Here is a big price, the 3 Dolly's Bank Turf to Dirt.
If this race was being run on the turf, I feel like this horse is still too slow.
Here's Runaway Joke, now your favorite.
Yeah, I think this horse is loose in here, and I think the speed figures suggest no matter where they were earned that he's going to be tough to beat.
Trying to make it 6 in a row. He's been in terrific form thus far. Here is the 6 Brick Ambush, second off a little bit of that layoff.
I think to give this horse the best shot, Dylan's going to try to need to stay connected to the field. Doesn't want the 4 to get too far ahead.
And Rafua looking to break through to try and get the win.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you can find that race from 3 back, he can absolutely win here. He would be the horse. I actually prefer him over the 6, the 3 Rafua, over the 6 Brick Ambush. But like I said, I feel like Runaway Joke is going to run away in here. He's loose.
Rafua getting a big warm-up out on the track from Kendrick Carmouche. He's actually climbing aboard this horse for the first time. And, yeah, he's got to be one that's been a bit frustrating along the way for the various connections that have had him. As we'll take a look at the 6 Brick Ambush, who he's a horse that, as Maggie touched on, was wide, was off slow. The speed held together in that last race. He has had the ability previously to be a little bit more close, given what we've seen from the track this far. Yes, it's only been 3 races, but what do you think Dylan Davis needs to do to try to give him the best chance in here?
Well, I mean, Dylan's been paying attention because he's been having so much success. It's obvious he's paying attention. So I would think that Dylan will try to stay a little bit more connected. He looks at the same past performances the rest of us do and sees the fact that Runaway Joke is probably loose. It's not like I've unveiled some brilliant assessment of the race. He looks like he's loose on paper. I'm sure Dylan is seeing that as well and will try to stay connected. But like we've talked about before, it's not so much Dylan's choice. If the 1,000-pound animal wants to break a little bit slowly and find his rhythm, then that's what's going to happen. And in Brick Ambush's past performances suggest he's going to be a little bit further back than I think you want to be.
Well, we talked about Rafua and his love of finishing second, Maggie, but it looks like he's been getting a strong warm-up out there.
Yeah, and I like that, right, Acacia? You want this horse to give himself the best shot to be forward. So as he's warming up for Kendrick Carmouche, see, I don't love that. I don't love him now. don't know. I don't know what to think of this horse. Anyway, we'll see what Refua does. He doesn't love to win. I'm trying to watch the way he's going right now because honestly, he looked great at first, and then I don't know if it's the way his head is cocked or something. He just doesn't look as fluid. Anyway, let's go back to your favorite in here, and that's number 4, Runaway Joke. I'm just a little concerned about those figures coming at Finger Lakes, because sometimes it feels like the figures at Finger Lakes are a bit inflated. Now, I have not looked at any others other than Beyer here on the form. And they've kept him somewhat quiet in this warm-up, and he's kind of like a coiled spring out there. He's kind of really has a lot of pent-up energy. I wish they would have expended it a little bit more and let him kind of use his hind end a little bit better for a speed horse. There's so many things on paper that are contradicting what I'm seeing here with these horses physically, and on top of that, the way that the track is playing just does not make me feel that confident, because I want to be against the 3 to 4 favorite, but I don't know if I can be, Acacia. So I'm still going to stick with Brick Ambush here. I like the fact that he got a lot sharper once Dylan Davis got aboard. He's warming up well. Again, the track might be against him.
We'll see how it plays out. It's a tricky puzzle here. Maggie, thank you. And yeah, if there is any sort of track bias, Jonathan, it is something that can really kind of put a wrench into best laid plans. But as a horse player, if you're betting, maybe you're playing the pick 6 here, you have to be flexible. You have to accommodate what's taking place on the track in front of you.
Yeah, and the thing about forward biases in racetracks, which I usually think it's more of like a path thing than a speed and closer, is that dirt racing in general is inherently biased to front runners. It's if you can, you look at all the great sprinters of the world, they were dirt horses of the world. Most of them are forward. Now there's the occasion that they come from out of it, but a lot of times there's just you're so dependent on the pace. You're so dependent on the trip. You're so dependent on on kickback. You're so dependent on being wide. There's so many things that can go against you when you're closing, but when you're forward, it's not as easy for bad things to happen.
4 to 5 now on Runaway Joke, trying to make it 6 in a row. We'll see how he fares here at Aqueduct. Chris Griffin standing by to kick off today's Pick 6.
And they're off. Refua breaks very well, so does Dolly's Bank in between horses. He's got it at the rail, and joining them, green cap, is Runaway Joke. The trailer, lone trailer, is Brick Ambush. The leader is Jose Lescano on Runaway Joke. Now splits rivals and takes command, is up by a half length. Dolly's Bank wants to hold the rail position, is right there in second. Under a snug hold is Refua, is traveling alone in third. Losing some ground was He's Got It, who's back to fourth, and the trailer Brick Ambush 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. The favorite, Runaway Joke, takes him into the far turn. Did have to work to get there, though, and Refua is back for more towards the outside. In a neck of the lead, He's Got It is taken third. Dropping back quickly there was Dolly's Bank. Brick Ambush has some momentum, was at the back of the field, is taken fourth, is 2.5 off the lead as they're still chasing Runaway Joke, and Runaway Joke approaches the top of the stretch, only ahead in front. Refua, with no excuses, every chance to win this one, right towards the outside, and Refua is ready to challenge Runaway Joke, who's trying to sprint away. It's Runaway Joke who's still fending off the challenge from Refua. Brick Ambush down the center of the racetrack as Runaway Joke just keeps on going. Finds more here in the lane, and Runaway Joke is back up by 2. He's Got It is all in, is chasing. He's Got It, the lone danger. Runaway Joke is almost there. Runaway Joke will win this one impressively. Runaway Joke wins it over He's Got It. Then came Refua. Final running time, 1:16 and 1.
Runaway Joke delivers as the favorite. And once again, Jonathan, he was not that quick out of the gate, but Jose Lescano got him right into contention, and his speed made him very dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. I would definitely not call that a great trip. It worked out okay in the end, but he broke a little bit slow here. Acacia, you had pointed that out in his last race. He broke a little bit slow, did the same thing, rushed up. But that's the idea, being on the front end. Although things didn't go great for him to start, he ended up getting to a pretty comfortable position. He did have a nice horse in the 8 breathing down his neck all the way around there. But at the same time, it's just he got comfortable. He didn't have to look another horse in the eye. The 6, Brick Ambush, came circling up wide. It's just such a better place to be, and it's easier to overcome adversity when you are already where they're trying to get.
4-5 favorite delivers 4-1-8-6 in race 4. Jose Lascano picking up the win here as he gets the victory with Runaway Joke. And boy, you gotta like a horse like this, New York bred, now making it 6 in a row. He's as tough as they come.
Absolutely, and this is just a good illustration of why speed figures matter. And I know that speed figures often, races will be too fast or too slow, and people want to talk about, oh, they made it slow, then they changed it, or how could this horse run that, but this horse ran this. It's not an exact science, but I do believe that it is the most trusted science when it comes to horse racing, and it comes to horseplay and evaluating a horse's races.
Some really good points there. Runaway Joke makes it 6 in a row, as now it's time for me to say farewell. We just got one race together, but I enjoyed it.
It's unbelievable.
I know. I'm sorry I'm leaving you.
Yes.
But don't worry, leaving you in good hands. Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. I'll be back reporting a little bit later on, but hope you stay with us for America's Day at the Races continuing. And trainer Kristoff Clement, another solid year. We'll look to finish strong with some runners over the next couple of weeks and look back on some of the big successes after this.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And a popular victory for a horse who loves to win and find his way to the winner's circle is Runaway Joke. He ran away with this field, and pleased to be joined by winning trainer Ralph D'Alessandro. And Ralph, a horse that has won his last 6. That's incredible.
No, he's a real nice horse. I mean, today he broke a little slow. He broke a little slow the time before that, too. So we probably got to check him out behind and see what it looks like. But he's all heart. He's all heart, yeah. Ever since he claimed that, Andy, claimed him down at the Churchill for $20,000. I think he stole the horse, you know. So he's game. He tries every time.
100% he absolutely stole this horse. I just want to know, what were they doing racing him outside of New York for so long?
I have no idea, but I was surprised they even put him in for 20 claimer. Yeah. You know, so I'm glad that they did, and I'm glad for Andy. And like I said, he's a real racehorse, and hopefully he'll come back and he'll be strong in the non-winners of 2.
7 for 15 lifetime. I mean, it's just remarkable. But 2, you know, for people who are diehard Aqueduct fans, they know who you are. But you're well represented up at Finger Lakes. But always bring a strong group of horses to come here and be competitive at Aqueduct during the winter.
Well, we try to do the best. We try to get the best horse that we think are eligible for down here. They will be compatible. You know, you hate to bring a long shot over here and just kill them, you know. So we try to bring the horses that we think they could do well. And normally, most of the time, we do.
You really do. Congratulations. This guy fits mighty nicely here at the Big A.
Thank you very much.
All right, gotta go check on that horse, the big horse. Runaway Joke, though, phenomenal yet again. Winning over 50% of your races is absolutely remarkable. As we got a remarkable man upstairs now. That's Mr. Greg Wolf as he joins Jonathan Kinchin. Greg?
Maggie, I heard part of it and it got cut off for me, but thank you. That was best introduction I've ever had on this program. Good to be with you on the Sunday afternoon. It doesn't matter what level you win at. You keep reeling off wins like that and get a streak going. It's fun.
Absolutely. I mean, this game is so challenging that even at a lower level, I'm sure that you lose a lot in a row. And so when you win, it just means that much more because, like you said, it's a hard game, and it doesn't matter what the level is.
$3.60 for the win. 4-5, Runaway Joke. Jose Lezcano aboard for Ralph D'Alessandro. Kicking off the pick 6, we have the late pick 5 coming up next. We're inside at 20 minutes to post. I thought a difficult sequence here. We started off at a 1-turn mile, New York bred, Maiden special weight to begin things, and Rick Dutrow Jr.'s dream working. Second time on dirt. We'll stretch out after a sprint on dirt and sprint on turf.
Yeah, I mean, Dream Working's definitely one in the mix, taking all the money. I like the 2 Willful Mama, who's down on the inside. This horse has been running on the turf, but has a ton of dirt pedigree.
And an interesting first-timer in this field, too. It's tough to win at a mile first time out. That's what Kristoff Clement's going to try and do with Giant at work, who has some big pedigree, which we'll talk about in a moment. But it's been a pretty good year. After a slow start at Saratoga, things started to heat up for Kristoff Clement, including with this guy here, Carson's Run.
Yeah, Carson's Run. I mean, he had a great 2-year-old year and then just kind of was just okay until the summer came around and he really started to pick things up. Really excited to see him next year as well.
Picked up a Grade 1 win, Saratoga, multiple graded stakes winner this year out of the Jockey Club Derby Invitational. Here at Belmont at Aqueduct, shipped out west just the other day. Unfortunately, that did not work out for him, but terrific year, over $1 million in earnings here in 2024.
No, absolutely, and I would imagine that he's going to have a pretty big 2025 as well as a 4-year-old. We'll be targeting some of those big mile and an eighth and further grass races, and I'd imagine he'll be pretty tough.
Meanwhile, his stablemate had a pretty productive summer as well, back-to-back Grade 1 wins. Saratoga and Belmont and Aqueduct in that Turf Classic, and then, of course, contested that Breeders' Cup Turf.
No, he sure did. I mean, he back-to-back Grade 1s. Joel Rosario rode him masterfully in both of those Grade 1 wins. Came up a little bit short, but you can't really knock him for that. That long-distance, mile-and-a-half turf race in the Breeders' Cup, that's been dominated for quite some time from horses coming from overseas, and Farbridge ran as well as he could against horses that are probably just better than him, but another really cool horse is the Kristoff Clement barn.
And then, of course, Deterministic, who I think a lot of us we're so excited to see him come back earlier this year. That impressive win on the Gotham, we thought he was like a serious Derby contender. That work turned out not to be the plan. He became very good on grass.
Absolutely, and he finished up his year in the right way. Another one that I think is going to be pretty darn good as a 4-year-old. You know, we see so many of these good horses as 3-year-olds. The really good ones get kind of whisked away to stud. Thank God that's not going to happen this year with Fierceness in Sierra Leone. The same can be said about these turf horses. We don't always see them back as 4-year-olds, but that ability to kind of grow up from 3 to 4 can really lead to horses really kind of turning the corner and becoming from good to great.
Look at the graded stakes winners for the Clement barn this year. And it's pretty good run. We're used to seeing this from this barn.
Absolutely, and a lot of the dirty work's took place. If you look here on the grass, but you can get a good dirt horse for you as well.
Again, it's got a first-time starter coming up in this maiden special weight for New York breds ahead 8-1 right now. Giant at Work, who will make his debut. He'll try and get a mile distance first time out. Eric Can't Sell will be aboard. We'll talk about her pedigree when we come back for this filly by Outwork as we get set to kick off this late pick 5. Stay with us.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Here comes Mystic Dan right up the rail, though, with a rail skimming ride by Brian Hernandez Jr. And Mystic Dan is turning it on in a huge effort for the Kenny McPeak barn. Mystic Dan 5-6 ahead, and he wins wrapped up.
They're off the turn. Mystic Dan cut the corner and grabbed the lead right at the top of the stretch. Sierra Leone and Forever Young are shoulder to shoulder with a furlong to go, but they've got 2 lengths to make up on Mystic Dan, who's begging for the wire. Forever Young and Sierra Leone keep on coming. Sierra Leone, Forever Young, and Mystic Dan. A wild finish. Here's the wire. Photo finish.
What a thriller in the Kentucky Derby, and what a performance from Mystic Dan and his pilot, Brian Hernandez Jr. Every inch of ground he was able to save was needed to pull out that victory.
It was an outstanding weekend for Brian Hernandez Jr., but what he did on Friday with Torpedo Anna was just kind of a foregone conclusion, especially what she turned into. What he did on Mystic Dan, though, I'm not sure if he would have made one different decision if that horse would have won. He was absolutely perfect in his decision-making, and that's why he got the double with the Oaks and the Kentucky Derby and got Mystic Dan that win. I truly believe another rider would have found a way to mess that one up.
It's going to go down probably as one of the great rides in Kentucky Derby history. You saw that kind of prelude to the Kentucky Derby. It wasn't his final prep, but that coming out party really was that Southwest performance on that wet track. And good news, with one of the other big names it sounds like we're going to see again coming back next year in Oaklawn, right around the corner with that tremendous series for the 3-year-olds on the road to that first Saturday in May. They kick things off with opening day, December 6th, so right around the corner here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the 3-year-old schedule that they have at Oaklawn is always so productive, starting with that Smarty Jones, then the Southwest, then the Rebel, then the Arkansas Derby. They've really thrown a ton of money at those races, and I think a lot of people like the spacing of them as well. And it's an easy place to get to, whether you're on the West Coast, whether you're coming from New York, whether you're coming from Florida, Kentucky. It works out well, and you'll see some pretty talented horses, and that Apple Blossom, of course, where we hope to see Torpedo Anna.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. Let's get to this late pick 5. Kicks off in just 11 minutes. Again, 1 mile. New York bred maiden special weight. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at number 2, Willful Mama, who does switch back to the dirt today, but has the pedigree to do so, as she is a half-sister to Greatest Stakes winner on the dirt, My Main Squeeze. And, first time out, and it's usually kind of typical of Mike Maker, he just doesn't usually win with them first time out. They need starts, they need to get fit and stronger, and I think that was the case with her in that debut, and I'm willing to forgive her for that. And I just think that she's a more developed individual now, as opposed to being more of a turf horse, because she doesn't look overly turf meant. She's a very good mover, which sometimes does translate well to the turf, but I think she's one that's probably going to be able to handle both surfaces. Looks fantastic here overall, really strong behind the saddle, but also very, very fit looking too. Does appear to be sharp since getting the tack on. Moving on to some others who have the same kind of resume, if you will, going from turf to dirt, including number 8, Dream Workin' for Rick Dutrow. And just the way everything's been running for Rick, you have to take multiple looks at his runners. As Dream Workin', the first race she ran in on the main track did include some decent horses, including the winner, Boston's Finest, who would run second in her next start in the Maid of the Mist with a 73 buyer. So running a bit better consecutively there, that winner. Dream Workin', looking at her here overall, though, she looks fine for getting on this surface. A lot of times they just need to get a little bit more fit too. And I think Rick's, as good as he is, one of those trainers that does seem to, not necessarily over crank them for their debut. So I respect her a lot as well. Now, arguably if you're just blindly looking at horses here physically, the 9, Vino Samara, would be the pick. But the problem is that, at least on the bottom side, she has much more of a turf pedigree. And you can see that looking at her, bigger foot to her, slacker pasterns. But wow, is she an impressive looking physical in that she's big, she's really well developed in that muscle mass that she carries. So really makes a great impression. Can she run to that on this surface? As we'll take a look at a first time starter at 9-1 currently is Giant at Work. So not taking an abundance of money here for a dangerous barn in Kristoff Clement, but 2 debuting at a mile is a little bit difficult. I can see why they're doing so, as she's enormous. Given that pedigree, she should be. A lot of the foals out of the Giant's Beauty tend to be that way. Same with Outworks. They tend to be bigger horses. Like I said, I'm not in love with horses, no matter who they are, no matter who they're going out for, debuting at a mile, but I feel like it's the right spot. She is well prepared, but definitely not taking as much money as you would hope to see. So I think using the board as your guide would serve you well here, Greg.
Yeah, especially these 2-year-old races. Thank you, Maggie. Keep your eyes on if those odds do shift. Dan was a full sister to a multiple stakes winner, Giant Moon, also a half to Moonlight Song, who's a New York bred stakes winner, won almost $500,000. So there's some pedigree there, but again, as Maggie said, tough to win going around a ground in your debut. There's just no getting around that on the dirt, especially.
I love when Maggie says something in the arena in which I have no real insight that supports something I like on paper, and that's the 2 Willful Mama, who the dirt pedigree is entirely too good for this horse not to be able to run on the dirt, right? My Main Squeeze, Mama's Goal, Rotney, Looking for Trouble, all horses that can run a little bit. And Willful Mama debuts on the dirt, doesn't run well, but it sounds like Maggie's saying that she looks a little like maybe she wasn't ready that day. Now she looks a little bit different in terms of looking a little bit more fit. And she ran well enough, in my opinion, on the grass. Now she's back on the dirt. I don't think it's the grass that moved her up last time. I think it's just the fitness that moved her up.
And no fault in her. And this is going to be a look at her in 2 starts back. Start number 2, probably the best performance of her career. The dirt debut, you can't fault her for not being ready. She faced two monsters in there who both have become stakes winners with the Angels, now 4 for 4, who's a 3-time stakes winner.
Yeah, I mean, she was never going to run well that day. And it's also interesting, she was 15-1 that day. To me, that's actually a little bit bet into the teeth of With the Angels, right? With the Angels was like the can't lose New York bred fastest horse Linda's ever had, buzz horse at Saratoga, who was just bet off the board. So she actually took a little bit of money on debut. Maggie also mentioned Mike Maker with first-time starters, not necessarily something that he does that all that well, 11% with first-time starters throughout his career. And let me say that again. Not that he doesn't do it well. I don't think it's something he necessarily tries to do. It's not like he's out here trying to win first time out and he can't. I don't think it's something that's in his program. So, look, I think Willful Mama's going to turn the tables here on that dirt for him that I have no problem just kind of ignoring that number that day.
So there she is. You just saw her pilot a moment ago. Dylan Davis will be aboard. Hopping on for the first time here in career start number 4. Yeah, I would expect a much better performance than there's no With the Angels or Stone Smugglers that she's going to have to deal with in this field that she had to face in that debut.
No, absolutely not. And that's what you got to try to figure out when you're looking at these races. Is I always try to start at the bottom of the past performances and tell a story as I work my way up. And I think a lot of times your instincts are to look at the last race and work backwards. But to me, I think the story gets lost when you do it that way because you're just thinking more or less on what happened last time. And I think if you look at a horse like the 2 Willful Mama, you see, okay, horse debuts at Saratoga on the dirt. It's 15-1 that day, runs into a monster, and then finds himself trying the turf. Runs well, bet both times, runs well both times, and now getting back onto the dirt. It just feels like she's going to take another step forward.
Right now, she's co-favorite along with the 8, the Dutro runner, Dreamworkin', who, another one who's going to similarly stretch out, get back on dirt. Had to go against a pretty good one. First time out, Boston's Finest, who wound up second to With the Angels in the Maid of the Mist. Improved 11 buyer points in that performance. And even a runner who was 6th in that race in her only dirt start. Came back and won huge jump up in what she ran in terms of her buyer figure. Improved 22 points. So we'll see if Dreamworkin' ran a 45 buyer in the dirt debut. You expect her to be able to jump forward as well, and that's why she's taking all that money. Here's Blakely's Wish, though, first time out for Carlos David.
Yeah, source is related to Firenze Fire and doesn't run much like him.
No. Willful Mama, we've talked a lot about with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, you got to love the dirt pedigree here and hope that they're going to find a way to get to that dirt pedigree.
Straka tried a mile last start, was forward, blinkers off.
Yeah, showed a little bit of speed last time, but turned it away pretty easily.
Here's Lady Wisdom, turf to dirt.
Yeah, didn't get bet last time, but did run well, got a nice little setup.
The Kristoff Clement first-time starter. Here's Giant at work.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to do, but, if someone's going to do it, why not Kristoff?
Kara's Dreamweaver, Jose Lezcano for Mitchell Friedman.
Yeah, this horse has some fast numbers, at least the debut number on the turf. You'd like to see the horse run a little bit better on the dirt last time.
On a summer day, this is Ruben Silvera, 12-1.
Yeah, a whole bunch of turf. Feels like they're just giving this one a shot.
Yeah, first time on this surface for that one. Here's Dreamworkin', 5-2, second choice.
Yeah, ran okay on debut after breaking a little bit slow. I'd expect this one to run a little bit better, but will it be good enough?
And it was a turf debut going long for Vino Samara, so here's the dirt debut coming up.
Yeah, kind of got loose last time and ended up turning it away. We'll have to improve on the dirt.
3 minutes from the start of this late pick 5 on our Sunday card. So back to Dreamworkin' for the Dutro barn with Jose Gomez. And the dirt debut, again, came against, relative to this group here, pretty tough company. Boston's Finest, again, was stakes placed next out against the perfect, now 4 for 4 with the Angels, and that Maid of the Mist. And what'd you think of the dirt debut?
Yeah, I mean, it was fine. I mean, it's always tricky when a horse breaks slowly on debut to really evaluate what happened, because what happens in those situations sometimes is they break slowly, they end up far back, and then they make a little bit of a run at tired horses, and it looks a little bit better than it is. But you also can ask yourself, well, what if they broke cleanly? What if they needed that race? It really clouds the picture on how good a horse might be, because it can be a little misleading. I much prefer a horse breaks well, gets a nice trip, and wins easily, or loses easily. It's much easier to evaluate how that race was actually run. When they break slowly, sometimes it can kind of cloud the waters a little bit.
Minute to post coming up in this fifth. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, and I like what Jonathan said about kind of working your way up when you're looking at a horse's past performances, because I do think it tells a story. And I think there is a story to be told about number 3, Straka, especially when it comes to equipment. Now, they debuted her going 6 furlongs, but there's nothing about this filly's physical makeup that says she wants to sprint. She's very tall, very leggy, very much that route frame type of look to her. But those blinkers were on her to get her going, to keep her engaged going the 6 furlongs. Well, when she stretched out, coming out of the 6 furlong race last time out, she got quite headstrong, and I don't think it was necessarily a positive for her that she was dueling with the eventual winner and stopped quite significantly behind that horse once they hit the stretch. But she really caught my eye in the paddock. She looks fantastic. At 15-1, I would definitely recommend using her underneath in the hopes that those blinkers coming off settle her a bit more, so therefore reserving a bit more of that energy to see out this race to the finish. So a long shot to definitely consider. As number 6 is Kara's Dream Weaver. Tried the dirt for the first time in her 4th start behind Bernie and the Rose, who would come back and win comfortably. Now, she did regress slightly in her buyers, but, you know, not that much, just 3 points while winning by open lengths. And she, Kara's Dreamweaver, was interfered with at about right after the 3/8 pole. Actually, the 3rd place finisher, Material Girl, cutting her off that day. And I thought she stayed on decently to secure a 4th. The problem is that she kind of just looks the same. You know, there hasn't been any real progression physically with her, but I do think she deserves another try here on the main track, and you're going to get a somewhat decent price with her currently at 6-1. But I couldn't see past your favorite in here, Greg. That is number 2, Willful Mama. We'll see if she appreciates this return to the main track.
Maggie, thanks. There she is, daughter of War of Will with Dylan Davis. So she's become the pick here, 9-5, not far behind Dream Workin'. It was getting back to dirt here on the stretch out. A little bit of a question mark here with some of these returning to dirt. We're hoping to see improvement, but also with, you know, the X factor here of who's going to handle the mile of this group.
Absolutely, and you gotta think that these horses get to work a lot in the morning, so the trainers know to a certain extent if a horse is going to handle the dirt or the turf. And so sometimes when you're just kind of teetering, I'll always side with a high percentage good trainer if he makes a decision. Mike Maker's one of those.
Here we go. Late pick 5 begins here in the 5th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Vino Samara to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Kara's Dreamweaver right out towards the front is going to flash that early speed, and in between horses moving forward is Straka to join that early mix on the far outside. Here comes Vino Samara to join the early fray, and Vino Samara is now quickest, is up by a full length. Here at the rails, Willful Mama wants to join those early leaders. Dream Workin' has also worked towards the outside, tightly bunched on the front end as they come out of the chute. The leader is Vino Samara. Vino Samara's in front, is up by a head. Willful Mama is going to push on through at the rail, though, apply the pressure, and they went 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Just off of them is Straka, who's in 3rd. Center of the racetrack is Dream Workin' from 4th. Gap of 4. 5 lengths now, back 2. Kara's Dreamweaver starts to make up some ground, is taking the 5th spot. Also moving forward is Lady Wisdom out in the center of the racetrack in 6th. They approach 4 furlongs left to go, the 3 at the back. Ridden along on a summer day, a Giant at Work, and Blakely's Wish is the trailer. Well into the far turn now, and 45.53 for a half-mile time. Willful Mama's trying to dispatch of Vino Samara, has been pressured throughout. The trip comes from Straka, is right there in hand, is just looming in behind these pace setters, is watching the top 2 as Willful Mama's got a head in front, is trying to stretch away here with this margin as they reach the top of the stretch. Willful Mama kicks for home. What a split there for Straka, and Straka is now within range, coming right after Willful Mama, who's still in front. But Straka, with those big strides, is starting to now run on by, and Straka's taking the lead. Approaching a final furlong, Straka's opening up here in the lane. Kara's Dreamweaver has run up into 3rd. third, and Lady Wisdom. Willful Mama is alone in second, but the winner is going to be Straka striding away. Luis Rivera Jr. wins this one impressively. Willful Mama second, then came Kara's Dreamweaver and Lady Wisdom in 1 minute 37.49 seconds.
Straka in great position and pounces here second time in a mile. Blinkers coming off, and there's David Duggan going to get his picture taken.
Yeah, you heard Chris Griffin say it in the call that Straka was getting the perfect trip, right? Sitting in behind two horses, looking each other in the eyes. It's always a nice place to be if you're a rider. And eventually, Willful Mama put away the 9, Vino Samara, put that horse away and started to open up. But Straka was sitting right in behind, blinkers off, third start of the career. They often say that third off the layoff, that third start of your career can sometimes be the best race. And Straka proved that today with an outstanding trip.
Luis Rivera Jr. on board for the win, 16-1 start to this late pick 5, 3-2-6-4 finish. Dream working, missing from action in this one. But Straka takes advantage of a nice setup and pounces here late, pulls away at a big price.
No, absolutely. It's got to be a great feeling, which Mig was here, I would ask him. A great feeling to be sitting right in behind two horses in front of you that seem to be kind of dealing with each other, and then you could just swoop right in and catch a tired horse.
There's a very happy David Duggan, trainer of Straka, having another tremendous season here. The last 2 years of his career have been the best he has ever had in terms of earnings. He's keeping it going. We'll be back with more prices from this one when we return. And this is who's to come. Julia Shining, sister to a dual champion, making her long-awaited return. I haven't seen her since May. That's coming up in our feature later on the card. Stay with us. Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part By Nyra Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nyrabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 16-1 upset to kick off the late Big Five. It's Straka making career start number 3 for trainer David Duggan. Equipment change, blinkers off. Got a great trip in here and takes advantage. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Dave Duggan. Always got a plan, my man. As Straka taking the blinkers off today, she just looked too aggressive, stretching out to a mile. But that is the distance that she wants to be competitive at, and she really, solidified that with a blowout victory today.
Well, it kind of justified what we'd seen in the mornings. I mean, she was slow about coming around mentally and physically, but as you saw, she's a tall, elegant filly. Trainer mistake leaving the blinkers on. I mean, we put them on to kind of force education, and it seemed like a happy space to be in. And, after the last time it bombed out, we knew we had to readjust, and we trained her without them, and she really did train well.
What about the trip she pulled, too? I mean, that was lovely. But just the way I think that she really put some separation between her and her foes was also very impressive.
I think just much more professional today. She was in a much better headspace, and I think that kind of transferred to the run today, where she took a deep breath and relaxed, which is important.
Busy day for you as Van Vollenhoven in the next, going from turf to dirt, stretching out. As you said, just try to get an education first time out.
Yeah, through default, we ended up on the turf just to get an education. I think we did that. He's thrived since the race, so hopefully this stretch out and back on dirt will make a difference.
Definitely has a pedigree for this surface change, too. Well, best of luck. Let's see if we can cap our own little rolling double here.
Oh, yeah. Lovely.
Lovely. Dave Duggan with Straka today. Could have a future, Greg.
Yeah, it looks just like a completely different filly here in career start number 3 with those blinkers coming off for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Dave Duggan throughout his career, 6% with first-time starters, and he's a 16% trainer. What that tells me is first time out, second time out, third time out, he's not really necessarily trying to get their best out of them then. He wants to get the best out of them in their third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh start, to have careers with horses. And Maggie pointed out the horse I was going to pick in here, the 8, Van Vollenhoven, who I'm hopeful is one that will appreciate getting back on the grass going a little bit longer.
Well, horse to beat in this race, and that's the start of the pick 4, a scratch. It's a big one. Executive Move comes out, has opened things up a little bit. The David Duggan runner, that is Van Vollenhoven, the 8, Luis Rivera Jr. back aboard, debut for this one, sprinting on the turf. So now this one will try and get a mile on dirt as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of these horses are trying things for the first time, whether it be going a little bit longer or switching to the dirt. These races are always tricky, trying to figure out who's going to do what and when.
We got what looks like an incredible field waiting to line up for the Cigar Mile, really the last big race of the calendar year here in New York. Cigar Mile Day, loaded with action. Remsen, Demoiselle, Go for Wand, all part of our coverage on Fox Sports, and one of the many big names eyeing that Grade 2 Cigar Mile. Post Time, who ran huge on championship weekend.
He sure did. You can, when you run in races like this, and you run as well as you did, it sets up nicely for what you're going to do after this. Let's not forget who ran second in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last year. It was National Treasure, who's a finalist, I would imagine will be a finalist for Horse of the Year, who won the Met Mile, who won the Pegasus. This is a great setup race for the next portion of your career, and Post Time seems to be going in that direction for certain.
Wound up runner-up to Full Serrano, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Just behind him was Domestic Product. Was coming off a win at Laurel prior to that. Had a great 2024. Comes from, usually his running style comes from fairly far out of it, but he always comes with his run late.
No, he sure does, and he doesn't have to be that far back. I think there's certain races where he's been a little bit more connected, but his big races, he does come from out of it, makes one run. And I think you'll appreciate the one-turn configuration as well. I think that goes a long way.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with a late pick 4 for you when we come back on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. That man right there, not only following in Father's footsteps, working with Dad as well, who's his agent. We'll have more on Lane Luzzi when we come back.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. a very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
For jockey Lane Luzzi, it wasn't a matter of if, but when he would fulfill his dream of riding races.
Being a jockey is the only thing I've ever wanted to do. I mean, I was good in school, I played sports, like any normal kid, but there was no plan B for me. I just wanted to be a jockey, grow up watching my dad here at Aqueduct, Belmont, and you know, it was just always a treat to come out to the races. I love horses in general, and I have the physique for it, so this is what I was born to do.
Even his father, former rider and now his agent, Mike Luzzi, knew it was just a matter of time.
If he wasn't in school, he was in the jockey's room. So he kind of grew up in a jockey's room and was always around it and always wanted to be here. He learned to ride on the Equicizer before he ever rode a real horse. But he did start getting on horses right at Belmont Park. He went to Florida Park Memorial across the street. And when he started working, he would work in the morning first and then go to high school.
As Lane's career expanded, the two worlds collided in Texas before one special afternoon in Queens.
I went to Texas for 10 days and rode with him for the 10 days, and that was an experience. We actually rode one race here.
There was somebody else named on the horse that I ended up riding, but for whatever reason, they needed a jockey, and they loaded us in the gate at the same time, and we just kind of looked over, and you know, you couldn't really believe it, but at the same time, you're focused on doing your job, and we just both had a passion for race riding and horse racing in general. It was really cool.
When it came time for Mike to call it a career, he never expected to become a full-time agent, especially for his son.
I'll start by saying I never thought I'd be an agent or wanted to be an agent. You know, it was kind of a surprise to me. I was in Saratoga and getting on horses. And when the horses left in November, matter of fact, I was the last one on the track exercising a horse. I went a few weeks like kind of bummed out that the horses were gone. And that's when Lane came up with the idea to be his agent.
I needed something to get me started, and he was wrapping up his career and needed something to do. And it was always something we joked about, how we would never do what we're doing now, working together, father and son. And it's just kind of how the cards were played. We both love this profession. We both love horse racing. It was almost meant to be.
The name Luzzi has become a staple in New York racing over the last 30 years. And it doesn't look like that will change anytime soon.
I'm home, I'm here. I grew up a few miles from here, and I've done a little traveling in my time, but I'm home now. I'm excited to be here and enjoying the ride.
Pretty good leg up on the competition for Lane Luzzi to have a dad in your corner who competed so successfully on this circuit, won over 4,500 races in his career, and that's the one Lane will ride coming up Vitalize here in this 6th race. But says he talks to him every single day, and obviously now that he's his agent, but learns something new from him every day as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a lot of times the agent rider combination is the agents haven't necessarily been riders, not all of them, but haven't necessarily been riders, and so there's race watchers. But I think having someone that you trust emphatically, someone you learn the game from, speak the same language as in terms of how you grew up, I think that can sometimes go a long way in terms of having that career kind of continue to grow and improve.
There's the David Duggan runner. See if he can pick up this double here after taking the last race. 5-2 favorite. The second-time starter getting on dirt for the first time. Let's go down to Maggie.
Let's see if Dave Duggan can keep things rolling, but we're going to start with a horse who is also trying the main track for the first time, though he's had his chances on the turf, and that's at number 3 in here for trainer Ray Handel. Sorry, my iPad just went dead on me. That's always fun. As Daybright Delights. Look, is the son of More Than Ready, so you kind of get why they've been exclusively on the turf, and he does have a little bit of a turf look to him overall. Definitely has that slacker pastern. But a horse that on the bottom side, at least, the Dam, she was better on the turf, but is half to a 4-time dirt winner. And looks the part overall. So if he can translate some of that turf for me, he doesn't even have to translate, that fast of those races to be competitive here. He should fit nicely with this crew. As number 8, Van Vollenhoven is taking all that money early on here, but I do like this switch. The Dam, she was a 5-time dirt winner. The siblings, they have won on the dirt as well. And he's enormous, and as Dave just told us in that interview, I just needed an education more than anything. So this guy looks as though he should be a-okay with this move of conditions. Just really big lumbering horse that I'm sure will have to race into fitness. We'll see how fit he is here if he can get the job done. Then there is a first-time starter to the inside of him, son of Liam's Map, Baron of Sealand. Liam's Maps kind of can do anything. The Dam, she was 0 for 6, but running only on the turf. This is her first full to run. And in the second generation, it's a lot more turf. So this is a little bit of an, head-scratching entry here. Maybe he's just taken a long time to get ready, and obviously there's no more turf left here in New York as a New York bred. Big horse, too. So I'm not that convinced that getting the job done at first asking is really going to happen here, Greg, as he's also wearing blinkers, just looks a little bit soft around the edges. So I personally will just take that good old wait and see approach.
All right, Maggie, thanks. 7-1 on this first-time starter. Again, another one trying to get a mile distance here in the debut on dirt. Not easy to do, but we'll see if Romero Mirage and Danny Gargan can get it done here with this first one, getting Lasix for the debut. Favorite, Ironman Ira, 5-2, one to beat on the board for the Dutro barn, who has had plenty of experience.
Yeah, a lot of experience, but I think it's those races back in April and May that make Ironman Ira the one to consider. I didn't really love the last race, but I suppose that you could justify that performance based on needing a race, having not run since July. It makes sense that this horse is favored. I like the 8 in here, but I'm not crazy about the 8 at a shorter price. I'm hoping that'll drift up a little bit closer. I'm not expecting to get to 10-1. I'm just hoping that the 8 will drift up a little bit closer to 5-1. I think anything lower than 4 or 5-1, you're probably getting a shorter price while you're hoping for something to happen.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post. We'll get a look at these all in the post parade here in a moment. Approaching 75,000 in this, and up and over that number now in this pick 4 as we get a look at English Castle, who to this point has been exclusively on the grass.
Yeah, and this is a situation where when you'll see this often around this time of year where you have a lot of horses that might be a New York bred and have been running on the grass, but it makes sense. There's enough money up here for New York breds to stay here rather than to ship somewhere else. And you got to give them a shot earlier in the winter to find out if dirt is going to be an option, and if it's not, then you can kind of rearrange.
for Horacio de Paz. It's been claimed out of each of the last 2 races. You don't normally think of that sire as one running on dirt, English Channel, but we'll see how this one takes to it.
Yeah, I mean, the pedigree suggests that you'd like to have some grass out there, but you never know.
Meanwhile, again, there's the one Lane Luzzi's going to ride, Vitalize. This one, last 3 starts have all been on turf, but that debut gives you a little bit of hope. Showed at least a hint of talent. Did take some money first time on dirt. It was a wet track that day, too.
Yeah, it took some money. The race, sort of fell apart, played into his hands, I thought, a little bit. And it was a sloppy racetrack as well, so it's not the same surface that he's going to get today. So you can use it, I think, as a small measuring stick. But for me, it's more he's in pretty good form. His last 3 races have been pretty darn good, and I'm a big believer in Dave Donk, and Dave's got to be in a pretty good mood right now. Last I checked, the Jets
they're winning at halftime.
Yeah, they're getting after the Seahawks, so that's got to make him happy. So a post-race Dave Donk interview, Jets hat on, smile on his face. That's what I'll be rooting for.
No way he's here.
I don't know. I think he's. Yeah, I mean, I think he's a Horseman first before he's a Jets fan.
No, he's a Jets fan first. We all know that about Dave Donk. Extra reason to like Vitalize. I just thought this horse was interesting just because of the fact, he was meant for dirt in the debut, took money, and he's not been on a fast track. So we'll see what we get with Vitalize. But Iron Man Ira looks like a major player in here. And do you expect to see that one forward?
Yeah, I would think so. The pace figures are significant enough. He's close enough in his other races, and he's drawn inside, which I always feel like that leads to horses being sent away from there.
Maybe the 8 as well. Another one going to be fair. There's Lane Luzzi, 14-1 Vitalize. Here's the 2 Iron Man Ira.
Yeah, this horse has some back numbers that definitely deserve to be the favorite.
4-1 on Day Bright Delight. It's been all turf.
All turf. Feels like they're just taking a chance in here to see if they got a dirt runner.
For Ray Handel with Dylan Davis, 4-1 right now. Saul the Frank is a huge number, the biggest price on the board.
Yeah, took no money on debut, did no running.
Tells you the story. English Castle, another one we mentioned, getting on dirt for the first time. Pedigree pretty much says all grass.
Yeah, but, Horatio DePaz does an outstanding job, and sometimes I said I'll defer to the trainer when they make a change like this.
25-1 on a horse with good numbers on dirt.
Yeah, that race 2 back at Saratoga puts him right in the mix. Broke a little slow that day. Could run better here.
It's a big number. Baron of Sealand, the first-time starter for Danny Gargan.
Just very hard to do to win first time out. Danny Gargan, 11% with first-time starters throughout his career.
Van Vollenhoven, David Duggan looking for 2 straight.
Yeah, that number's creeping up a little bit. Like I said, 4-1, 5-1 makes sense because there is still some hope. I'm hoping this horse will run well in the dirt. I think he will, but I need a good number to prove it.
Could be on the lead. We'll see in here. DC Boys outside. Bruce Levine, Eric Cancel.
Yeah, ran well last time, broke slowly. Another one making his 3rd career start. Could improve. First start since August.
2 minutes from this 6th at Aqueduct here. Start of the late pick 4. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at number 9, DC Boys, who I'm going to land on. And, there's a defection in here of number 10, Executive Move, who would have taken a lot of money and looked really formidable in this spot. And really, I get it. I got the utmost respect for Rick Dutrow, and Ironman Ira looks fantastic, but he is Ironman Ira, and I didn't like his effort, especially last time, though what was wired by Clancy Flancy. In DC Boys, I just really thought that going back to his last start, albeit mid-August, should really appreciate more ground. Now, he's going to have to go back and do it here on a fast track, but I think at the end of the day, he is a routing type. He looks fit here, but also healthy in the same respect. Strong, moving well, happy horse coming back to the races here for Bruce Levine. So I'm going to take a shot with him, though, again, he needs to get a little faster earlier to be, I think, effective here. And like I said, I just don't really want to take Ironman Ira at a short price, Greg.
Well, yeah, 2-1. Start number 7 here as the opportunities starting to add up. And you look back, though, and maybe just getting the right field today. It's certainly not going to surprise anyone if this horse wins because there's, both those efforts at a mile, 68, 74 buyers, those would win here.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a lot of times what you have to look at is trying to understand, what horses have done on the dirt prior. If they're, I mean, some of these horses are switching. Obviously, the Ironman Ira has not. But you want to try to find those numbers, those back numbers, to suggest some talent. Suggest this horse, if he runs his best race, could run up to a certain level. And is that level good enough for who he's going to be facing? And I think that Ironman Ira definitely deserves to be the favorite.
And you said we can forgive maybe that last start. It was off the bit of a layoff, which I agree with you. But even the start before that, you can forgive. He was eased and then went to the bench. The one before that is the one you have a little bit of trouble saying, well, what happened? Because those two good efforts going a mile, then what happened in that next start when he really dropped off a cliff, it looked like?
Well, like we talked about earlier, starting at the bottom of the past performances, if you work your way up, he ran whatever on debut, came back in April, ran 2 good races, and then didn't really make any sense at a short price why he ran so poorly. But then he came back and ran poorly again. So I'm going to blame whatever led to the break is what caused those 2 bad performances, both of them together. And then comes back, runs well enough off the break. This is the kind of put up or shut up time. And so that's why I'm not crazy about betting this horse at a short price, because, like I said, you're kind of hoping that he's going to run back to those back numbers. But if he does, he's going to be tough to beat.
So 2-1 favorite. We'll see what happens here. Dutro Lezcano. And again, has the ability to be forward in this spot. It certainly looks like, since the 8 showed at least some ability to be close sprinting on the grass and now stretching out on dirt. Is this the horse who's probably going to be in front?
No, not necessarily. I mean, the horse does have some sprint speed. The pace figures in that sprint weren't terribly quick. It's really about rider intent for me, and it just feels like Jose Lezcano drawn towards the inside with an experienced horse that you don't have any questions about getting the distance. A lot of times when riders wonder if a horse is going to stay the distance, they're a little bit more passive in using them early. I don't feel like that'll be the situation with Jose Lezcano on the 2, because the 2 has run well prior.
Meanwhile, there's the 8. So start number 2, dirt debut, stretch out, a lot of firsts for this 3-year-old by Big Brown, who is 7-2 on the board, 7-2 second choice. There's Lane Luzzi. Showed you that feature. Agent, dad, went over 4,500 races in his career. And now part of a team with his son who's trying to, as they said, some unfinished business, accomplish some of the things dad was unable to in his career, get to a Kentucky Derby, win a Breeders' Cup race. And now they're going to try and do it together.
Oh, of course, and you got to think it'd be all that much sweeter for Lane if he could do some of those things, check some of those boxes for his father, who can live vicariously through him.
There's the favorite stepping in. Start number 7 for Ironman Ira. He is the 2-1 favorite. Start of the late pick 4. Let's go upstairs. Here's Chris Griffin.
Sol de Frank, Van Vollenhoven. DC Boys. DC Boys goes in, all set. And they're off. Immediately sent to the front, it's English Castle with the early speed. English Castle in between horses towards the inside here. Moving forward is Ironman Ira is in that early mix too. Out wider there, Van Vollenhoven joins them. That's the leading trio here as they get set to come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. There's Vitalize, who's tracking from 4th, tightly bunched on the front end. Daybright Delights has moved forward, is now taken 5th, and Stormy's Dreaming is towards the outside in 6th. Another 3 lengths back to DC Boys, who's trying to pick up some momentum here from the back end of the field. Then comes Baron of Sealand, and far back will be the Triller. That's Sol de Frank at the back end of the field. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile, and it's Ironman Ira in front and pressure towards the outside here from Vitalize, losing a touch of ground. That was English Castle, who's back to 3rd. Van Vollenhoven starts to make up some momentum 4 wide into the turn. Daybright Delights is backed out of it quickly, looks to just be kind of patiently ridden there, eased at the back end of the field. It's Ironman Ira who's in front, is ahead in front of Vitalize. Here's the run from English Castle, 3 wide. Van Vollenhove has been wide throughout, 45.43 for a half-mile time. DC Boys, pink blinkers, ground-saving journey is coming after the leaders now as they reach the top of the stretch, and Ironman Ira's got more. It's Ironman Ira who kicks away. Ironman Ira, Van Vollenhoven continues to chase, was lugging in just a touch there and brushed with Vitalize, trying to rally on DC Boys and also English Castle. A furlong left to go, and Ironman Ira is still 3 lengths in front, striding away. Inside the final 16th, Ironman Ira's almost there. It's Ironman Ira to get the victory. Ironman Ira wins it. Van Vollenhoven, then comes DC Boys and English Castle. Final running time, 1 minute 37.46 seconds.
Ironman Ira finally breaks through, and give him a little bit of credit here. He got pressured early and finds a lot more late.
Yeah, it's just another example of a foundation where a horse who has so much experience can go such a long way in races like this with a bunch of lightly raced horses. Didn't have the best trip. There were some horses that you could argue had better trips, but just didn't have that same kick when they turned for home. I thought Ironman Ira ran extremely well, and it was a great ride by Jose Lezcano as well.
So Dutrow Barn, Jose Lezcano. And career start number 7 had shown that ability. 2 best races of his career for this 3-year-old came at a mile at this condition. And this time, even though taking some heat early on, able to swat away that challenge and finish the best of the bunch here is the 5-2 favorite to start this late pick 4. So graduates. Sometimes it takes a little while, as it did for this one, but worth the wait. As Ironman Ira finds a field to his liking here.
No, absolutely. Sometimes that's all it takes is these horses just to find a group that's a little bit more friendly to them and their talent. And I don't want to take anything away from Ironman Ira. I thought he ran well, but yeah, it helps to not have a monster in here.
So 5-2 favorite starts this late pick 4. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Stick with us. More coming up. Get to the 7th when we return. And with one of the main contenders in that field, Linda Rice. Continued success as we expect after that historic year back in 2023. She's continued to have an outstanding 2024. Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. You're watching America's Day at the Races. And our late pick 4 underway with the favorite. It's Iron Man Ira. Career start number 7. Gets that first win on the resume.
Yeah, and he did it with experience. Jose Lezcano decided to put him on the front end, kind of stick it to the field, and while the rest of them were trying to figure out what was going on, he was running away from him.
Jose Lezcano, his second winner on this Sunday card. And gets back to those big races that we saw earlier, at least for the level against this group that we'd seen from him before. And that's what made him dangerous and made him the one to beat in this race. And as you said, going back, pouring through those past performances, excuses for really the last 3 races.
Yeah, he had those back numbers, and if you work backwards, you could see that it seemed like something had gone wrong. He needed a little bit of break, and he needed that race last time. And then he shows up and runs like he did here today.
We got company on the desk. Good to see you. Richie Migliori joining us. Good to see you on the Sunday afternoon. Our best still yet to come on the card.
Man, I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but I quietly slid in here and the sun came out. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
You always are like a ray of sunshine when you come on the desk.
Yeah.
We look forward to what's ahead. We still have our feature race with sister to Malatat, that dual champion, still to come. Haven't seen her since May. What do you think about her chances coming back at mile distance? A little too short for her? Do you think she needs more ground?
I think she gets pace. I think there's plenty of pace sign on here, and I think that's going to intensify her turn of foot turning back. And also, horses coming off of layups are usually a little fresher. They have a little more enthusiasm the first part.
Yeah, her biggest enemy throughout her entire career was herself. And I think sometimes you have a Hall of Fame trainer like Todd Pletcher and some time to grow up. Sometimes that can be remedied. Right now, if she runs, like Richie said, a little bit closer, gives her less to do, I think she's the best horse in the race.
That's Julia Shining we're talking about. That's coming up in race 8. Excited to see her back. Former graded stakes winner of the Demoiselle back when she was a 2-year-old. We'll get to that one eventually. That, again, race 8 on the card. Up next, there's the prices from the 6. Ironman Ira, $7.10 for the win. And graduates here in career start number 7. So on to the 7th, 50,000 starter allowance coming up next. It's 7/8 of a mile. And next on stage has racked up quite a few runner-up finishes. 6 times runner-up in 14 starts, but right now it's a 2-to-1 favorite.
Yeah, but the times this horse has won, it's been on the dirt, and the last time they won was very impressive on the dirt. So I'm just hopeful that dirt performance shows back up here today.
On the inside, Pam Pam getting play as well, just claimed by the trainer we'll tell you about right now after an historic run last year, capturing 5 straight training titles and tying a record for wins on the New York circuit. Rice has continued to frequent the winner's circle this year in the top 20 nationally in both wins and earnings. She shares her background in the sport and what she wants to be remembered for.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, and a filly of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front at the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. He's going to win at Belmont. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song won the 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in a harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
Well, look, she's changed the game. I mean, Kentucky's probably seen enough of her. They changed the rules because she had so much success claiming horses out of Kentucky and coming here and winning with them in New York. But that's been a big pathway to her success, really, the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, she just does a great job. I think, I think reading the condition book and understanding her horses. I think she's probably a great handicapper as well.
Sure.
Reading races and understanding where her horses can thrive, because I think that says a lot about why she wins as many races as she does.
Well, being a top horse trainer is two parts of an equation, right? You have to be a good horse person, have your horses prepared, but then you have to spot them properly. And she is so good at identifying where her horses need to run to be successful. And the work ethic, I rode for her dad back in the day, the work ethic that her father instilled in her and her brothers, the entire family, they are racetrackers in the truest sense of the word. She is a heck of a horsewoman, and she did earn it.
Going to send out Pam Pam from the rail in this race coming up, a recent claim. So debuting in her barn this afternoon. We'll see if this one can make an impact. Jose Lezcano will be looking for number 3 on that one right there. 3-year-old filly looking for the second win of her career for owner and trainer Linda Rice when we come back.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Juddmonte colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster.
Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clippier trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win.
And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Covering almost 300 acres near the borders of Vermont and Massachusetts, New Hill Farm was established in 1984 by the parents of current owner Lily Kobielski. She says she's guided by one principle.
It's got to be all about the horse. You know, everything we do is to make sure that we're raising healthy, happy racehorses.
That's me. Lily's husband, Maciek Kobielski, is a famous fashion and portrait photographer. Lily is both a photographer and freelance writer whose work has appeared in Vogue and the New York Times. It's not surprising that they love living surrounded by beauty at the farm that Lily took over from her mother a few years ago. And they believe it's a good place to raise both children and horses.
You know, we'll have as much as 45 horses at the farm at a time, which gets a little crazy. But
Lily grew up riding and showing hunters and says her children appear to have inherited
which gets a little crazy. But
Lily grew up riding and showing hunters and says her children appear to have inherited her love for horses. Whatever path they follow, New Hill Farm will always be a farm.
very committed to conservation, so all of the farm is protected as farmland, and about 70 of the acres are fenced off for the horses.
Beautiful facility there in upstate New York, and here's 13 Red Flags, who was bred by the New Hill Farm. Taking a lot of money right now. We have a few scratches in here, but 13 Red Flags was 12-1 morning line, 5-1 right now. JK.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it there at the end. I think the scratches sometimes can mess up the morning line. Yeah, I mean, this horse could win, drawn towards the outside. I prefer my dirt horses show a little bit more speed. Unless it's some race I feel like it's going to absolutely fall apart. And I just, 13 Flags last time was a little bit slower early than I'd prefer.
9 minutes to post from the 7th coming up. And the favorite at 9-5, that's Ray Handel's next on stage. Maybe we talked about a lot of runner-up finishes from this one, but it's been the last 4 starts on turf. Last time on dirt actually was a win, and it was a figure that makes this one probably the one to beat.
Yeah, big win right here at Aqueduct. Went gate to wire. And I don't think this horse, a lot of times we see horses accumulating seconds. You think, well, this horse is a horse that hangs a bit. I don't think that's the case. She shows speed. She's not afraid to draw away from horses. I just think she gets a little late.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll see if next on stage can translate her good form that she's held for Ray Handel on the turf to the main track here. She does have some dirt form to back that notion up. And looking at her here in the paddock, she's one that at times hasn't carried the greatest conditioning or has had a really healthy coat to her. That's not the case today. She looks great in that respect relative to what she has been in the past. The problem is, though, is that she's quite small. So therefore, I like her going the 7 furlongs here when returning to the main track. We'll see how she does. Again, I know I feel like I sound like a broken record, and I feel like, as JK said with the scratches, we're coming up with horses as favorites that I don't particularly like, or not that I don't like, but that I just don't want to take at a short price. So she kind of falls into that category. As we'll take a look at number 1, Pam Pam, and maybe it's a negative that she isn't favored. We'll see what she is, though, when it comes to post time. But I like Pam Pam here. I think she makes a great deal of sense. She makes her first start for Linda Rice off the claim. Big, solid filly, has the more concrete dirt form overall. I'm okay with her going the 7 furlongs. Bright disposition here in the paddock. She checks all the boxes for me, from the paper to looking at her here in the flesh. As we'll also take a look at the outside runner, 13 Red Flags, whom I did have a little bit of intrigue when it came to her. I thought her return to the race is off the layoff last time 2 weeks ago over the sloppy racetrack behind gate to wire winner Ariana Rai was a step in the right direction, because prior to that, she had been facing better company in her dirt races. So came in marching into the paddock, so definitely eager to get back to the races, gets back to a fast track as well. So we'll see if that helps her out, and looks incredibly fit here, second off the bench. So I thought these two were decent alternatives to your current favorite, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. We'll get to our post parade here coming up in a moment. Look, board sort of reflects what this race is like. I mean, the majority of this group between 2-1 and 9-2, with the exception of the 5, the only kind of outlier price in the field. It's a tough one to handicap.
No, it is. I mean, when you look up there, like you said, and you see all these horses within the 2 or 3 points of each other, I think it lets you know how tricky it is. And look, the 2 next on stage, I think, deserves to be the favorite, but it's a little bit of a one number type of horse. That one performance, yeah. I feel like they might be kind of overreacting over.
There's Dylan Davis, who will be aboard the favorite next on stage. Meanwhile, back to the 9, Spiritual Lady, and this one jumped up and came up with the best performance of her career last time out. She did it on the lead at Aqueduct, going 6 furlongs.
Showing high speed. You get Christopher Elliott, a 5-pound apprentice, so you're getting 5-pound break in the weights, and this is a perfect kind of horse for an apprentice. You don't have to make too many decisions. You let them run their race. And 5 pounds is not an insignificant spread when everybody else is carrying 20 and you're in with 15. And Jimmy Ferraro, he seems like he saves his best work for when we're at Aqueduct.
Well, my biggest fear here is that the horse ran that big race for Dave Donk 3 races back. Now you're switching the situation and you're moving to a trainer who's 7% for the year. And it's not that Dave's got some outrageous percentage either, but I do trust that Dave's a very good horseman. And so I would consider moving from a good horseman to someone who is currently 7%. And that big performance came last time. That would be a little bit of a concern to me at a short price.
3-1 right now. We'll see. Maybe this filly, though, turning the corner a little bit, and we'll see if she can handle the 7 furlongs too. That was a win at 6 furlongs, and in terms of pace in this race, we know she wants to be forward. Certainly, at least a couple that wanted to be forward, most notably the 6, out of the mix in this spot. Can she potentially be alone in front?
Well, doesn't a lot depend on what they decide to do on next on stage? I mean, not that she maybe is naturally as fast, but the inside kind of sometimes forces you to use one a little more than you might normally to hold your inside position.
Well, you look at Next on Stage's past performances, some of her best races are when she's got the front. Hey, trust me, Ray Handel notices that, and so does Dylan. I would imagine they'll send away from that inside position. Why take back on the favorite and eat dirt?
But just may not be able to get it with Spiritual Lady, right?
Might not be able to get it, but I think her intent will be there, and I think that goes a long way sometimes.
There's Linda Rice's Pam, first off the claim.
Yeah, first off the claim. Has a couple of races back, but hasn't really shown that recently.
Last time on dirt for Next on Stage was a win.
Yeah, and should be forward. Dylan's been riding aggressive, should be in the game.
This is the one who's the price, and this horse actually won last time out, and big step up for Wild Iris.
Yeah, this horse from a pace figure standpoint has a little bit of early speed as well.
Here's top of the table, Mark Hennig, Javier Castellano.
I thought this horse was a little bit interesting. First 2 starts on dirt were actually pretty good before switching to turf.
Christopher Elliott on the one who went gate to wire last start, Spiritual Lady.
Yeah, ran well last time. Can they duplicate that effort?
And the one bred by the New Hill Farm, who you saw the feature on. Here's 13 red flags.
Well, this horse has a chance, and then you throw in the feature factor that seems like we always kind of get those horses home. But this horse should be in a really good stalking spot from the outside.
5-1 right now from that outside post. Get a $25 bonus just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 on Aqueduct. Sundays this December. It is happy December 1st, everybody. Wow, we're in the final month of the year already. Score a $25 bonus on the final Sunday. Opt in now. Got to opt in to take advantage at NairaBets.com. All right, so 3 minutes away from this 7th. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, going to take a look at, well, a Dave Duggan runner. That's a price again in number 5, Wild Iris. Look, there isn't that much to recommend on form, per se. Other than that, relative to her as an individual, her form is getting better with each subsequent start. She's getting a bit faster with each start. And she looks like a completely different animal than when I first saw her for that dirt try back on October 24th. And I know, a month and change can do that much of a difference? Yeah, sometimes when they're running consistently and seemingly thriving on getting over here to the races. She was second off of that very long layoff back on October 24th. She had that, as I often talk about, that kind of dropped belly and that weaker top line. Now everything has, she's defying gravity. All those muscles are coming together and she just looks like an athlete now. She's met some hungry fields in those maiden 20s, and she's facing some better horses. The writing's on the wall there. But I do think that she could get a piece of this just because I think she as an individual is on the improve. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. This is 9 to 5. Public is heavily on Next on Stage. I think we're all in agreement up here anyway. We saw this race pretty wide open.
Yeah, I like the fact that I feel like Next on Stage will be sent away from there from the inside and should work out a nice trip. And I do think that if they can duplicate that race 5 races back, a slam
Are
dunk.
you concerned, though, that as we look at next on stage, the 2, the best running from this filly, it is forward when she's on the lead. And just the presence of the 9 is going to make getting that kind of trip a lot more difficult.
I think in a perfect world for next on stage, come out running. If the 9 wants it, which I believe she will wind up making the lead, it creates separation. You allow her to clear, and then you ease to the outside of her. And you've got over 3 furlongs, 3/8 of a mile to the far turn, going 7/8 here at Aqueduct. I don't think she'll have any trouble working out a trip. Particularly Dylan has shown to be consistently aggressive in these situations. He's not allowing himself to be victimized. He's creating his trips.
And next on stage is certainly going to finish. The 7 furlongs is not going to be an issue for next on stage, while it potentially could be a problem for the 9 Spiritual Lady.
And if we do see those 2, at least within striking, which we should, very close to each other early, who do you think it best sets up for?
I think Pam Pam then. I think this horse will get out-footed a bit from the inside, but I like her turning back to 7 furlongs. And, a horse that's been running well consistently. She's getting claimed from a good barn, going to a good barn. I think that maybe it helps her the most.
Are you surprised to see that big a separation, JK, in the odds with the 2 next on stage and the 1 Pam Pam?
On paper, I am, but yes, I understand what you're saying. The problem is that win by 12 on the dirt, people fall in love with those, and I think that they can sometimes be a little bit overbet. I just don't necessarily know how Pam Pam's going to run off the trainer change. I'm hoping there's an improve, but I don't know for certain.
9-2. So it's Linda Rice first off the claim with this one right here. Pam Pam trying to collect her second victory. Was a distant second last start against a horse who came back to win again in Elliptic. But one who maybe is, as Mig pointed out, probably going to be sitting right behind the 2 and the 9 early. See if Jose Lezcano can get his third win on the afternoon and take advantage of a good setup. 3-2 favorite, though. Public heavily backing next on stage, the 2. Ray Handel, Dylan Davis. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
While Iris goes in, here's Top of the Table. Spiritual Lady and 13 Red Flags to the outside. "13 Red Flags." Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the outside from Spiritual Lady is in that early mix. So is 13 Red Flags, who breaks sharply today. Also down towards the inside, next on stage, and lining up with them comes Pam Pam to join the early fray. That's the leading 4. Just tucked in behind them will be Top of the Table, the lone trailer. Wild Iris, they work up the backstretch, and Spiritual Lady is in front, is up by a half length. Pam Pam wants out of there, is going to take back just a touch, holding that rail position, has a decision to make, and they went 22-3 for that opening quarter mile. On the outside is 13 Red Flags, as close to the pace is now within a half length of the lead. Pam Pam wants to hold that position, is going to try to muscle on through as they work into the far turn now. Spiritual Lady is still holding off that rival. They're within a half length of one another. 13 Red Flags, 3 wide. Next on stage is drafting in behind them, out wider. Here comes Top of the Table. No move yet from Wild Iris. 3:45-4, half-mile time. 3 across the racetrack. Pam Pam is trying to go through here at the rail with Spiritual Lady. Next on stage is tipped towards the outside is 13 Red Flags. Has got the kick, and 13 Red Flags kicks on for home. 13 Red Flags is going to try and find this final furlong. Pam Pam is now in the clear at the rail. Next on stage is chasing. Same can be said for Top of the Table. Can 13 Red Flags hold them off? Here's next on stage, splitting rivals. Grandstand side, Top of the Table. 3 across the racetrack here. In between is next on stage. Outside their Top of the Table. A little steadying late. It's a photo finish. Photo finished. Next on stage might have gotten the nose down in front, though. It's a photo next on stage with Top of the Table, 13 Red Flags in 1:24 and 1. Result is unofficial.
Photo finish. Little weird step late from Top of the Table. The 8 may have gone to next on stage. The 2 as a result inside. Let's take another look.
Yeah, the 8 horse lugged in Top of the Table, and Javier Castellano had a corrector at a critical moment. And that allowed the 2 horse to kind of re-rally. The outside horse got the best of that bob, though. I do think the 2 won, but the outside. But watch, it looks like he's going to go right on by. And Dylan Davis fought his way to the outside here. They're rallying in concert. And watch right here. Javier's going to go right-handed and going to come into her. And he corrects. And the inside was coming out, too. And right there, Javier, when he had to pull off of her, all horses are tired at this stage. And you put the bit back up in a horse's mouth there, and they think, oh, it's time to stop. Okay, I'm tired. I'll give it back to you. If he could have kept riding straight without having to correct this filly. But I got to be honest with you, I think it was more a function of the inside horse coming out. And even though this sounds a bit cold-blooded, Dylan Davis is on his own in that situation if I'm outside of him, because the inside horse is the one causing his problem. I'm not responsible for him.
Big disparity in the odds. It's either 3-2 or 7-1. Photo finish between the 2 and the 8.
Wow, that could be a dead heat there.
Tough to tell.
They came together. We can see that head-on again, guys, because it appeared to me that Dylan's horse turned the outside horse, top of the table, in when they came out. Keep your eye on the horse on the lead now, Romero Mirage. This horse is going to start drifting. Dylan's in between them. They each have established their lane. This horse comes out first. See how far they're coming. Now, when they hit, that turned Javier Castellano's filly in to Dylan's horse. And that's one where, like I said, it sounds hard. You ride straight. The other person's on their own. And Javier was being responsible, trying to make sure that Dylan wasn't in a precarious position. But that onus was on the inside horse drifting out into him.
So no fault of Dylan on the 2?
No. Dylan was going straight. Now, if I'm Javier and I got beat a nose, I'm claiming foul against Dylan because the contact was initiated by Dylan, but it was more the function of the outside of the 10 horse, 13 red flags coming out and causing that contact.
I'll take one more look at it, but yeah, it looks like that aqua and black cap initiates that contact here.
That horse is in the 4 path here. Now she's going to start drifting, excuse me. Now to the 5 path. Come a little more. We're going to go now to the 6 path. 7 path. Now, you see, when horses get bumped, particularly in their hind quarters, it turns their front end in. So it was all a function of the inside horse coming out. Javier Castellano straightened his filly up because he felt the contact, and Dylan was in very tight, but the onus is on the inside runners.
Pretty remarkable with all that going on with Dylan Davis next on stage in between those 2 and taking really the brunt of that. May have still crossed the wire first.
Yeah, I mean, she kept fighting. Dylan might have been better off going inside of that filly because even at the top of the stretch, it looked like she was drifting. I mean, it's easy to say from the desk. I mean, I don't want to sound like a armchair quarterback here, but honestly, if this is a dead heat or the 8 horse was beating the nose, if I'm Javier Castellano, I'm claiming foul on Dylan because that's who I had contact with.
Right.
Even though it wasn't his fault, you've got to put that up into the steward's stand. You've got to let them adjudicate that.
The fact that they haven't called this photo yet leans towards dead heat at this point to me.
Yeah, usually the longer it takes, there's a better chance of that happening. Here, another look for the pan shot.
Keep your eye on Javier's going to go back. He's got to the rein with his right hand. And watch him turn his filly's head out, trying to make sure that Dylan still has room. But honestly, it's not his responsibility to make sure he has room. Again, I know that sounds harsh, but at the end of the day, we're both fighting for the same thing. The bag of money's at the finish line. I'm going to continue to ride my horse straight.
In the heat of the moment, are you thinking, well, stewards might take this away from me if I don't try to adjust a little bit? Because how much do you know that he probably doesn't know that 2 horses over, that was where the contact was initiated?
I think it's a very fair point that maybe he felt like it was his filly causing it. But at the end of the day, when you watch this, and we have that ability, right? We're watching replays. That the inside horse is the one that initiated the contact, but it was all the horse inside of Dylan that started it.
2 horse posted as your unofficial winner here because there isn't the inquiry sign up, but 2-8. (10-1) with that inquiry sign blinking. So I mean, that's a tough position to be in for Dylan Davis, in between horses, getting bumped around like that.
Sure. But at that point, you're committed. You have no other option but to continue to go forward. You can't, steady, because that's when you get yourself in a position you get dropped, two horses coming all the way together. You've got to keep your horse's shoulders in there. But, I mean, Javier was actually being responsible and kind to Dylan when he's the one who got turned into him.
And that's that. Inquiry sign is down. So this result is going to stand 2-8-10-1.
At the end of the day, it was really, I think, a kind professional move by Javier. But I don't.
Didn't have to make.
I don't. It wasn't his responsibility. The onus was not on him. I would have just kept riding my horse straight, and whatever happens, happens.
Next on stage, little drama here in the 7th. Bounced around between horses, able to get up for the win. Stay with us. Back with you on our FS1 coverage. Here's 13 red flags in front, but then here comes the two. We're going to photo for the finish on the outside. Javier Castellano, top of the table between horses. Your eventual winner, Dylan Davis, next on stage. Unfazed by getting bounced around and sandwiched with a couple of horses on either side of him.
Yeah, once again, keep your eye on the horse in the black and blue helmet cover. This horse is drifting steadily through the stretch. Started in about the 4 path, came out to about the 6, maybe even 7 path. Made contact with your winner, the two next on stage, who in turn made contact with the 8, top of the table. And Javier Castellano pulled off of Dylan Davis, and it allowed that filly to get her nose down in front. It is a tough beat if you like top of the table. The next on stage may have been best, but that was one of those situations where top of the table probably would have beaten her if he didn't have to correct her in the last few strides.
$5 for the win. Next on stage. Earned that one, no question. Third win, 15 career starts after 6 runner-up finishes. And now the last 2 times on dirt, she has been victorious and gotten her picture taken. As we move on to race 8, our feature on the Sunday card, and the return of graded stakes winner Julia Shining, the sister to dual champion Malathot, who makes her first start back since May 17th.
Yeah, it's been a while. She's been away for a while, but she's shown a bunch of talent throughout her career. And I'm just hopeful that with a little bit of growing up, with a little bit of work with Todd Pletcher, Hall of Fame trainer, that she'll find a way to kind of get out of her own way, which she often was in her own way throughout her entire 3-year-old career.
8-5 favorite right now. Dylan Davis will look to add another on the favorite. We'll get back to that race in a moment. Let's look back to yesterday in the Cumley, one of the last big prizes for 3-year-old fillies in the country. And Pretty Anna start a lot better this time around after completely getting left early. Was about 10 lengths behind the field in the Grade 2 Mother Goose. Still just missed in that race. This time holding off a big effort from Alpine Princess, who was coming in from Remington for Brad Cox, off a huge effort.
Yeah, look, I mean, Pretty Anna finally got it figured out in terms of this better than expected division, and it's a big win for her pedigree. I'd say that for sure.
Huge. She is worth a lot of money.
Really enhances her value, and what a game effort. I mean, Alpine Princess came to her with all the momentum, and Pretty Anna just refused to yield. And you got to say, Jose Lezcano, he just built her into this finish, and he always had a little something in reserve. He waited to go to his left-handed crop late, and this was a terrific pitched battle between 2 very game fillies, but Pretty Anna, she did not want to get past.
Because she never won a race. She's a half-sister to Gunrunner. She was already worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. But now getting a stakes win, she's worth a lot more.
Gunrunner, of course, one of the preeminent stallions who has made an incredible splash. We haven't really seen anything like it in quite some time. Pretty Anna, it looks like, though, really just getting good now in the dirt, and exciting to see what she can become now as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you should let them grow up a little bit and let some of these good trainers figure them out. Seems like Chad's figured her out a little bit, and I'm sure she'll continue to go on to do some more things. But yeah, you'd like to think that they can at least take a deep breath, knowing that financially they're in a good spot with her.
So that was the Cumley Saturday card. And look, even the runner-up in that race, she could turn out to be pretty good filly for Brad Cox, Alpine Princess.
Oh, they put on quite a show, the two of them. And really, it was a race that didn't deserve a loser, if you will, and they was drawing clear of the field. It was just a really good effort. And I think having that speed, breaking cleanly, made all the difference, right? She established that spot and was able to take the shortest route around. What do you call that? Geometry, right?
Geometry.
Yeah.
I love how you explain it. Giant Mischief, meanwhile, on Friday, Fall High White, always a fun race, a little extra weight carried by all these runners, and Giant Mischief able to beat a pretty good one in horse coming off a win of the Grade 3 Bold Ruler, running Son of a Gun, who had to tote 133 pounds here, winds up runner-up. But for Giant Mischief, Brad Cox, he runs first and third in this race.
Yeah, Giant Mischief has always kind of been tipping his hand that he was a talented runner and just kind of couldn't stay on the racetrack in a consistent way. He ran well at Keeneland last time, shows up here and runs extremely well. I think he'll have to be heard from next year as in the sprint division.
I agree, and a nice effort from the runner-up running Son of a Gun. And as a rider, right, Manny Franco on Giant Mischief, you're watching these horses in front of you. You're laying third. That's like the jockey's dream scenario, right? 2 horses head-and-head, and you're just off the duel. And this horse has been ultra good sprinting.
7 of his 9 starts, majority of those wins, 5 of those victories have been first or second. So this horse is just one that's really honest, shows up every time.
And you know what's interesting too, right? That roundup running was 109-1 or 109-2.
109-1.
Right? So with 133 pounds on the runner-up, 128 pounds for Giant Mischief now with the new allowance conditions for the fall highway. So people make so much about weight. Were they going to run very much faster if they were carrying 120 and 121? To me, weight matters when there's a big spread, a disparity between horses. If a horse is carrying 10 pounds more, 12 pounds more, I don't think that horses are as fragile or shouldn't carry more weight. It's something that we've created in our minds a little bit more, I think.
Feature race on this Sunday card to come, and that big pedigree Julia Shining will see coming up. It was tight in the last. between runners there. Dylan Davis on your eventual winner as the favorite. We'll see if he can add another. Dylan just up. See how tight it was at the finish on your favorite.
You know, it's interesting. If you look at the leg of the runner-up, top of the table, that hoof's hitting the line first, but it's the nose that counts.
Interesting.
Yeah, but it's the nose that counts.
Well, Dylan's got another big opportunity coming up. He'll be again on Julia Shining. First start back for this graded stakes winner. Daughter of Curlin for Todd Pletcher since mid-May. Stay with us.
American Oaks.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Domino.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Saratoga's world-renowned GMP farm is up for sale. You heard right. This state-of-the-art equine rehabilitation facility will be up for absolute auction with no reserve. The auction includes Sacred Spa and Wellness, a full-service med spa, custom training track, and luxury residence, all on 84 pristine acres, just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs. It's all up for absolute auction with no reserve. Saturday, December 7th, 11 a.m. Eastern at the property. For more information, visit us online at DeCaraAuctions.com.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Our feature race on our Sunday card. Up next, Allowance Optional Claiming Field. Fillies and mares 3 and up at a 1-turn mile, and she is back. Julia Shining, graded stakes winner as a 2-year-old. Showed so much promise. Grade 1 place as a 3-year-old in the Ashland. What will she provide in her comeback here for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher? Let's go downstairs. Back with us, Acacia Clement.
And Greg, we'll start there as this race really does revolve around what Julia Shining can do, because she clearly is the class given what she's been facing. But much like her full sister, 2-time champion Malathat, she's just a deep closing, grinding type that often leaves a lot for herself to do. And unlike Malathat, who seemed more likely than not she was able to just get there in time, Julia Shining has had a few near misses. Namely, if you look back to that Comley last year, nearly a year ago to the date, when she was beaten just a nose behind Raging Sea. At the time, wondering how good that was, but we saw Raging Sea this year become a Grade 1 winner in Saratoga and run second in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. So certainly with that company. Now, last time out that we saw her was Preakness weekend in the DuPont. I saw a quote from Todd Pletcher where he said that just felt that she really didn't run her race that day, and so she was sent down to the Stone Street Farm in Ocala for some time off. And she has done well with the time off. She's one that usually doesn't carry a ton of weight, kind of more of an angular type of build. And while she's fit, she's strong. Very good weight and muscle mass for her standards from what I've seen from her in the past. Now, she never really grew much or changed from 2 to 3 or 3 to 4, but I do appreciate the good conditioning and the weight that she's carrying. She's very laid back here in the paddock, as she always has been. And so I am curious to see what we'll see from from her because she is that deep closing type, and we'll see if she gets the setup that she needs. Now, her stablemate, Corb, I find interesting as she gets back to the main track, and I think that a couple of things are true, that the mile is much better for her and that she needs to be a little bit more forwardly placed than she was in that Catherine Sophia, in which she kind of broke inward and into her neighbor and then kind of squeezed back and just never looked really comfortable at all running over that quirky track at Parks. And this is actually my first time being in the paddock for one of her races, and she is very sharp. I can see why they tried her on the turf, as she does have a bit of a turf hoof, but she's run very well on the track. She has more tactical speed than her stablemate, and I think will not be as compromised when it comes to the trip in here, not to mention does have some recency. Now, talking about how the pace might play out, a huge presence of that is the 2 Golden Degree. She was a horse that I thought was certainly a player in the last race. It's just that she's one that usually gets so hot and doesn't really kind of do the best prior to her races. And I think getting back on Lasix last time out really made a big difference for her. She's much better, much settled today. She doesn't look as good in her coat this afternoon, but she comes out of a super live race in which Kara's Time, the second place finisher, came back to win a stake, and Kid's Last Laugh came back with an 88 Beyer speed figure. I don't love her physically going longer, but I think that she's going to get the lead early on, and we'll see just how far she can take them in this race, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up, 9-5, now make it 8-5 favorite. Julia Shining, we'll see here in just a moment. Coming up, got a stablemate to deal with in here as well. Todd Pletcher's Corb, who's a little interesting, going turf to dirt. Well, let's start with a 1 here. Smoking Hot Kitty, speed from the inside.
Yeah, she's got a lot of speed from the inside. Kendrick Carmouche, you'd like to think that she's going to help the situation for horses like Julia Shining.
That's route speed. You got legitimate sprint speed next door with Golden Degree.
Yeah, Golden Degree is the speed of the speed. She's probably going to have to fend off Smoking Hot Kitty at some point during the running.
Here's the former Grade 2 Demoiselle winner, Julia Shining.
Yeah, she gets Lasix back for the second time in her career. I think she's going to be a little bit closer than she typically is.
Here's her stablemate back to dirt and gets Lasix.
I think she's very interesting, too, getting the Lasix, getting back to dirt. She's always had a little bit of trouble getting away from the gate cleanly.
Sweetest Princess just missed at this condition back in early November.
Yeah, she's just way too slow for this group.
And Ringy Dingy will stretch out for Danny Gargan.
I always like this filly. I think she's interesting. She's just going to have to get faster, though.
13-1 on the outside. So Julia Shining, before she ever ran, just with her pedigree, expectations were just sky high. Being out of Dreaming of Julia, who produced the dual champion Malathot, and early on started off with back-to-back wins, including a graded stakes win, but again, a kind of a grinding style. This was the Comely, which turned out to actually be a pretty good effort. Raging Sea, who Acacia mentioned, has gone on to become very good.
Yeah, Richie, she was a bicycle horse basically her entire career. You had to ride her all the way around there. Do you feel like because it's possible, do you think it's possible because she's grown up a little bit and that they've kind of worked that out of her, or do you think that's just who she is?
I think it's who she is, because Malathot was quite a bit like that as well, right? They have very similar. They got to be constantly reminded. Bicycle horse is the best way to explain it. If you're not pedaling, they're not running. And one thing about a horse like this, you've got to take the wide route. You can't stop and start a horse like this. It's too hard to get them to get their momentum back.
Doesn't have gears.
No, it's just going to keep coming at you. But if you stop them, you're not going to make up the ground loss by having to stop them. So those kind, people will yell, be mad at jockeys for going wide. But there's some horses, that's just how you have to ride them.
3-2 for the return. And we'll see. The fact that, she is coming back off a bit of a layoff, fresh. Maybe we see her just at least a little bit engaged a little more early on.
I think that's probably a fair assessment. Horses that are coming off layoffs are usually just a little bit more enthusiastic. They have a little bit of that freshness, almost a little nervous energy going on.
And the good news is she does. There's enough pace in here. I'm not certain that she necessarily has to be that different horse here today. She might get the pace that she's always needed.
Well, here's one we think's going to be in front. We talked about speed with a 1, but Golden Degree, this one has sprint speed, and she used that speed last time out, going 6 furlongs to win gate to wire by 5 lengths.
Yeah, and she's got a ton of speed. And the problem is, though, with horses like this, sometimes the riders can say to themselves, I don't necessarily, we're going longer for the first time. There's other speed in here. Let's not rush her away from there. We don't want to get tired. And sometimes that can actually set up for another horse being loose in here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, but I think it's pretty clear that if Golden Degree is going to have any chance at success here, she needs a clear lead. She needs to get the drop on the inside runner, Smoking Hot Kitty, establish that lead. I don't like the scenario for her here. I just don't see her getting the mile.
And don't get too excited. She did win at a mile. She won by 32 lengths. That was an incredibly easier field than she's going to have to tackle today. Different ball game. 40 maiden claiming group that day. It was on a muddy sealed track.
And off the turf race.
Completely different scenario.
A completely different scenario. Listen, any horse can run any distance if you give them enough time to do it. What she faced that day were 3 horses that don't want to run on the dirt to begin with.
2-1 right now. Meanwhile, stablemate of the favorite. Here is Corb, also for Todd Pletcher. And the filly was 3rd in the Wilton behind Miss Justify at Saratoga earlier this summer. That was her comeback race.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's the type of horse that could continue to improve, could jump up, right? She's lightly raced. She's tried a lot of different things. She's had starts and stops. She's one that could jump up and improve, but she's going to have to do so.
Let's go down to Acacia.
And just wanted to touch on the other speed in this race of Smoking Hot Kitty to the inside, because talking about what Richie was saying, sprint speed from Golden Degree, she is fast out of the gate. But Kendrick Carmouche gave Smoking Hot Kitty a very big warm-up, as he often does, and he knows her well. She does wear that extension blinker, which she's had for most of the time that Horacio de Paz has had her in his care, fully covering her right eye. And Kendrick really knows this filly well, with getting her able to get into position to not drift and to be comfortable. And so with the other speed to her outside, it will be interesting to see how it does play out given that equipment. We also saw Corb get a very big warm-up out there on the track. As far as your favorite, Julia Shining, very reserved, very quiet, much like she always has been out on the track, not really out of a light canter. So a very quiet warm-up. I'd imagine she's going to drop back as she typically does, and we'll see if she has enough running late, Greg.
She usually makes it interesting. Her debut, that was a race that looked like it was impossible to win for her. And somehow she got up in time to get up there and win that debut at Keeneland.
And she really resented the kickback after not breaking well, but found a stride and came running. And that's why I think the mile actually suits her. I think it's going to help her finish.
There she is, steps in, 7-5. Dylan Davis hops aboard Julia Shining for the first time in his career. Again, getting these bigger opportunities for the big barns here on the circuit. Chad Brown, now Todd Pletcher. See if he can deliver on Julia Shining here in our feature on the Sunday card from Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Side. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Looks like a stumble at the break. It looks like Julia Shining actually was the one that stumbled at the break. It's going to be the early trailer, about 4 lengths already off the early lead. The far outside, Ringy Dingy. Also right there is Golden Degree, and in between horses comes Sweetest Princess. Then comes Corb as to the outside of Smoking Hot Kitty, and Julia Shining is 6 lengths to trailer as they get set to hook up with the backstretch. And it's Golden Degree with the pressure towards the outside here from Ringy Dingy, and these two hook up. The trip comes for Sweetest Princess. Is right there in third, just stalking the 2 pace setters now, 23.45 for that opening quarter mile. It's another 3.5. Back to Smoking Hot Kitty is comfortable enough, is in that 4th position. Now 5 off the lead. Julia Shining just past Corb to make Corb the trailer, but has a lot of ground to make up. But a pace stool up front as they went into the far turn now, 45.4 for a half-mile time. Golden Degree is trying to dispatch of Ringy Dingy, who sticks right next to this rival. These two are within ahead of one another, and Sweetest Princess is trying to parlay this perfect trip from third. Moving up on the outside is Julia Shining, has got the momentum now, though, and here comes Julia Shining from 4th, still about 4.5 to make up. Corb starts to rally from the back. The front two still there, shoulder to shoulder. At the rail there is Golden Degree. Trying to run on by is Ringy Dingy. Sweetest Princess is just trying to grind away down the center of the racetrack, and Julia Shining is trying to overcome some of the start, and Julia Shining is in full gear now. A furlong left to go, and here comes Julia Shining to run right on by. Julia Shining inside the final 16th will be last to first, and Julia Shining will be a victor. It's Julia Shining who gets it over Golden Degree, then came Sweetest Princess, and a photo That was Ringy Dingy with the oncoming Corb in 1 minute 35 and 3.
Julia Shining off the bench and overcomes a bad beginning as well, but class prevails.
Absolutely. I mean, she's just better than these horses, and I feel like her style is going to prevent her from ever being that kind of upper echelon grade 1 type, but she does have so much talent. She can just somehow figure it out.
Post 3 kind of goes to her knees a little bit and put her farther back than probably she wanted to be.
Well, she actually broke sharply, but then, she kind of rolled over a bit, like bobbled and picked herself up, but she got pace. I mean, they went fast, and it really set up well for her. Really big effort from the 2 Golden Degree, who took all the heat and hung around and just couldn't hold off Julia Shining, who had a little bit of a class edge and got the perfect setup. And once again, this is a demonstration of why Todd Pletcher is already in racing's Hall of Fame, having a horse ready to come back off the bench and run this well. But listen, she's a good filly. I agree with you. Her style is always going to make her a dicey proposition at short prices to get the trip she needs, but she got pace today. Good patient ride to give Dylan Davis his 4th of the day. I'm impressed with Golden Degree. I thought she'd wilt after facing all that pressure.
And I'm surprised she took all that money. This is a few starts ago, Golden Degree. She broke her maiden for maiden 40 on a race off the turf. I mean, Julia Shining was so much the class of this field coming in.
Yep.
Grade 1 place, graded stakes winner. Even though she's not gone on to the stardom everyone expected, maybe those expectations were a little bit too high with that pedigree. She's still pretty good.
She's still pretty good. And again, if you would have told me that Golden Degree would be hanging around as late as she did and hang on for second after going 45-4 head and head with Ringy Dingy, I could not foresee that coming. Really big effort from her, much better than I thought you would get.
4 wins for Dylan Davis this afternoon. Wins on Julia Shining here in the feature for Todd Pletcher, Stone Street Stables, that big pedigree, and off the bench, maybe some big things to come for Julia Shining. Impressive off the long layoff in victory here in the 8th.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. As we saw Julia shining, victorious in her return. 4th win today for Dylan Davis, and this one for Todd Pletchers. I'm pleased to be joined by Todd's assistant, Stu Hampson. As Stu, she's been here with you for a little while prepping for this race, and you were telling me that you really feel like the time off did her well.
For sure. She's obviously a filly with a huge pedigree. She's shown a lot of ability. She showed an affinity for this racetrack. And when she came back into us, she just had put on a ton of weight. And just the whole time she's been here, she seems like she's been thriving and good energy. And we were excited to get her over here.
And a nice victory today, too, going the mile and with a little bit of a stumble at the start.
For sure. She broke her maiden in similar fashion when she came from the clouds at Keeneland. But we like it when it's the less complicated, the better. And when she did that, you kind of held your breath for a second, but you saw it on the backside that, Dylan knew to kind of stay after her, and, she would give it to him if he asked. And as soon as she kind of started picking up horses, and especially with the fractions, we felt like we'd have a pretty good chance to close into that. So yeah, it gave us a little scare, but it happened the way we wanted it to.
And with that pedigree, and obviously she's faced just really tough competition, has to be really rewarding as, we talk about the trainer, but for the whole team and everybody that's been involved with getting a filly like this back on track and into the winner's circle.
No, absolutely. I mean, we've been very lucky to train a couple fillies out of that family, and we've had good luck with both of them. And yeah, like our whole team's put a ton of work into it because she can be a little bit tricky in the mornings to gallop. Fernando, her rider here, has done a great job with her. Same with her groom. We have a great team, and it's nice when that shines through with a horse like her.
Yeah, certainly all about those people behind the scenes. Well, congratulations to the whole team on Julia Shining's win.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
Good to see her come back, off the bench, and this is a start that she can certainly improve off of too.
No, absolutely. I just worry that the races that she's going to end up in, her antics of just having to be ridden the entire time and being pace dependent, that's my biggest concern.
Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasigtipton.com. 4-win day as well for Dylan Davis.
Talked about it earlier. He took the red eye back from San Diego last night, sleeps well on planes. That's obvious, right? Good rest. I tease Dylan all the time. Listen, I've known him since he's a kid.
For those who weren't watching earlier, you said he gets some nap time in some other places.
Every once in a while he falls asleep in the gate, but that's, he knows I'm teasing him.
You're his biggest fan. Yeah. You were playing. Late pick 5 follow along. So we had that big price that started off with Straka. Been pretty formful since, with now 3 consecutive favorites winning. This last race, though, seems like one of the most wide-open races on the entire card coming up to close things out. New York Breds, Maiden, $30,000 claiming race, all trying to get that first win. 7/8 of a mile. Dylan's got a chance for number 5 on Majulu.
Yeah, he can definitely get number 5 on Majulu. This horse makes a lot of sense. I thought the 2 and the 11 looked very similar to me. I went with the 11. I just thought he was drawn better for the situation as 2 turf horses trying the dirt.
Talk more about this coming up. We're 16 minutes to post. Right around the corner, opening day in Hot Springs, Arkansas. You're going to be making a trip there this meet?
From what I understand, yeah, I'll be heading down there. I know our man Paul Duca will be there, and tough place to handicap, particularly in the meet there, because you have so many horses coming from different jurisdictions.
All did terrific last year.
I think Paul had a great handle on it last year.
Opening day, Friday, December 6th, and that is the main attraction out in Hot Springs. Terrific racing, and particularly JK, that series they have for 3-year-olds on the road to the Triple Crown and the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, that's Smarty Jones, the Southwest, the Rebel, the Arkansas Derby. They all are very well-pursed races, tough, competitive, full fields. If you can somehow make it out of there on top from these Oaklawn 3-year-old races, you're a serious contender for the Kentucky.
And our Derby and Oaks winner both came out of those series last year.
No, absolutely.
This year, I should say.
Yeah, the one thing that can happen that can trick it up a little bit is their weather, because of the racetrack and not being able to use a lot of the kind of anti-freezing chemicals on the racetrack. Sometimes the weather can mess it up, but last year it did, and hopefully this year it won't either.
Here's Torpedo Anna. This was in the fantasy, and this kind of let the word out how good she was. And now she might be your horse of the year.
I was there that day, and she got pretty worked up at going to the starting gate, and I thought that was a negative. And I think it was just her nervous energy. And when she won the way she did after kind of getting that worked up, I thought, man, this filly's even better than maybe I gave her credit for. And obviously she was. And I can't see who else could be Horse of the Year because of her consistency.
Incredible campaign. And of course, Kenny McPeak pulling off that Oaks Derby double. Historic for him as well. But yeah, it seems like she has that pretty much locked up. We don't see it a lot. We've obviously seen it a few times. Zenyatta won it. We've had a few others, female runners that have won it. But to what she did in the Travers, even though she didn't win, but gave Fierceness everything he could handle, just coming up short. Not only was that a huge feather in her cap, but for horse racing fans, that was probably one of the best moments of the year.
Yeah, I'm not certain that wasn't her best race.
I think
that she ran all year, even though she was second. You mentioned Zenyatta. I think her Breeders' Cup Classic, when she lost to Blame, might have been her best lifetime race. But yeah, I mean, look, she was consistent all the way from the 3-year-old preps to the middle of the 3-year-old year, and then on to winning the distaff.
Yeah, and even when she threw in a subpar effort in the cotillion, she found a way to win, which is what champions do, and then came back with that resounding victory in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. I think what really is intriguing to me is the only horse to defeat her this year, Fierceness, is up for 3-year-old champion with Sierra Leone. Does that strengthen his case? The only horse to defeat, who I believe will be the Horse of the Year. I mean, I think it's a coin flip. Either horse to me is deserving. But do you think that strengthens his case?
Well, the problem is if you use that logic, that she strengthens Fierceness's resume because she beat Fierceness, then Fierceness boosts Sierra Leone's resume because Sierra Leone beat Fierceness in the Classic.
Yeah, I'm not sure it does much. I'm most excited about seeing all three of these coming back again. Is there a chance we ever see Torpedo Anna go against the boys again? I don't know, but we're going to see her likely in the Apple Blossom next year at Hot Springs. That's going to be a lot of fun. But so many big names coming back next year. I'm already excited about 2025.
It's a great point, and what really helps build a fan base is rivalries. We saw it over the years, certainly going back to Affirmed and Aladar, and then Sunday Silence and Easy Go, and more recently we had somebody else that escaped me right now. But rivalries is what captures people's attention, and I think we have the potential for this budding rivalry and to see them. And with the connections they have, they're going to be pointing to a lot of the same races. So I'm really excited about the prospects of this upcoming year.
It's going to be fun. We're going to take a timeout. We still have the nightcap to come on this Sunday card from Aqueduct. Stay with us. There's a look at Majulu. Can Dylan Davis get his 5th winner on this Sunday card? We will find out when we come back. We'll have the post parade for you next.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
This is my Oakland.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So War Dancer is a yearling that we bought at the Fasig-Tipton sale in 2011, and then he took us on a journey beyond our wildest imagination. He was just always an honest horse and a smart horse. There was an allowance race in Keeneland where he got held up at the gate.
And they're off, an awkward beginning for War Dancer, who broke in the air and is absolutely last.
And then it's, oh, bad start for War Dancer. War Dancer's in the back by 12 lengths. And then all of a sudden, boom, he comes flying and he wins the race.
War Dancer, Bold Challenger positively. War Dancer, Bold Challenger. War Dancer, unbelievable.
Then when he retired, I said, oh, why don't we stand him stud? It'd be easy. He's by Warfront. He's made over $1 million. He's a graded stakes winner. And then we started down the journey of making him a stallion in New York, which possibly the hardest thing I've ever done in my whole life. I'm originally from New York. My husband's originally from New York, so it was pretty much New York or nothing. In order to survive, I realized we needed a package that was unique. And right out of the gate, we started having winners. 2020, okay? That was our first crop. We have Step Dancer and Pivotal Run, 35-1 and 49-1 on Labor Day weekend. Wouldn't you know it, we come in first and second. And from there, it just kind of took off, and we've had a lot of success. Miss Big Bucks, she won the Stallion Series. And then 26 Black came in second by like a quarter of a nose in his Stallion Series. And I think we have a lot of up-and-comers.
And they're off.
A couple things I've noticed. They all bust out of the gate. You see War Dancers almost get the first call. The second thing is they're level-headed, they're smart. You'll talk to most trainers, they say, I love the War Dancers. So he's proven himself as a sire, and quite frankly, in New York, it's all about the racetrack. It's been very, very exciting, and I want to thank everybody who supported us because it was an uphill battle for years until you finally have runners that make it a little bit easier.
And the War Dancers have been very effective here in New York as we take a look at a daughter of War Dancer, Majulu, here in the paddock for this nightcap, a New York bred maiden claiming race for the fillies. And Majulu is going turf to dirt. She's one of 3 in here that I will touch on that are doing the surface switch. And typically when you think of War Dancer, you think of turf racing, particularly in these New York bred turf races. But this is a horse that did start out her career on the main track and actually ran okay. A race in which, on first asking, I did not think she looked fit at all. And she's really developed and strengthened a lot with racing. She's not an overly turf-looking type of horse. She does not have that proverbial turf hoof. Very kind of tiny, almost deer-like feet on her, actually, too. The blinkers do come off as well, and she has shown good speed in her last couple of starts. She's one that I've been chasing for a while. Is she going to improve switching to the main track? I'm not sure, but she does have natural speed. I think that's to her benefit. She's much more relaxed now as she's had racing under her belt. And like I said, I just think from a fitness standpoint, the more that she's raced, the more she's come into herself. Now to the outside, the number 11, Naughty Destiny, is going to try the dirt for the first time. She's by Destin out of a mare whose only win was on the grass. The sibling did win a couple of times on the dirt, but much more of a turf pedigree. She's built much more like a turf horse. She has that big flat hoof, slacker pasterns to her as well. I thought that last time out she did look a bit stronger overall, and I think that that is the case again today as the blinkers do come off. A one-race experiment just with those short blinkers on, but her coat's now started to get a little bit wintry. Possibly she could handle it, as we have seen Bill Morey be very efficient and strong with his claims. But just off pedigree and her physicality, I'm just not sold that the dirt is the best surface for Naughty Destiny. Now, the 4 Follow Your Arrow will go back to the dirt for the first time since debut, in which she actually debuted against the boys in New York Bred Maiden Special Weight Company and ran okay that day. She gets short cut blinkers on for the first time today. And while she has been running on the grass and in some maiden claiming starts, she's a bit of a quirky type. She often always saddles with the pony. She sometimes does not do the post parade. Last time she participated in the post parade well. She's participating again today, and while she's sharp, she's keeping it under wraps. My hope with the blinkers on and with going back to the dirt that Christopher Elliott is just gonna send her out to the front, and hopefully in a field of some horses where you don't necessarily trust them to pass horses late, that speed, and it seems that her improved mentality will help her to see it through. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Yeah, Follow Your Arrow. Look, only that one dirt start. It was in the debut a long time ago, but showed promise that day. Now blinkers on, showed speed on the dirt first time out. Could be forward. Interesting in a number right here as we start with Watch Over Me. He's going to slightly turn back in distance.
Yeah, turning back in distance, but has not shown much speed from the inside.
Can Dylan Davis, skid number 5 on the Sunday card on Majulu.
Majulu, excuse me, has won dirt race too, but that was off the turf. This horse was never meant for dirt.
Here's Follow Your Arrow, and that dirt debut, it was against Better.
And did show speed that day as well. Interesting on the drop.
Dream on Cara, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, a couple races in the last 3, they're right there, but we'll have to take a step forward.
He's looking for a 3rd today. Digital Currency, big price with Lane Luzzi.
Yeah, big price. Getting back with New York Breds here has been actually first time ever with New York Breds.
2 dirt efforts from Atta Girl Addie did not show much on the surface.
Yeah, and hasn't shown much on the surface. It seems like she prefers the grass the last 2 times.
Montauk Mystique, Dylan's sister Katie Davis, rides.
A player here, I think, even though she's had a lot of chances, and I tend to shy away from 0 for 14 horses.
Yeah, I agree. 12-1. She's a natural at 6-1, Luis Rivera Jr.
Yeah, a bunch of opportunities made in special weight on the dirt. There was 1 second mixed in there.
Purist Performance, turf back to dirt.
Yeah, the dirt races aren't quite as good as the turf races, and another one that's had a lot of chances.
And it's getting to be a short number, isn't it, on a filly who's trying something for the first time, moving to dirt?
Yeah, I mean, I don't love this price. I was going to pick this horse. I still might. Takes the blinkers off, drawn well. Seems to have a little bit of class, some of those back races, but is going to have to appreciate the dirt. I just like the draw for a horse like this who's got a little class compared to these. And when I say class, I use the word lightly. But drawn towards the outside, going to avoid kickback, things like that from out there.
Let's take a look at her most recent start. Again, all of her 7 starts so far have come on the lawn, and this one was putting blinkers on for a 1-race experiment. She was favored this day and winds up 3rd.
And a good effort, but you know, again, this is turf. How is this going to translate? How is it going to correlate? I think Bill Murray is extremely sharp conditioner, and I'm really happy to have his presence here in New York. Also, horse draws far outside. I mean, I know she's got a long run to the turn, but at a shorter price, your favorite now, I can't bet a horse that's doing something for the first time as your favorite.
Yeah, awfully short number. We'll see, but again, gets, as JK mentioned, that cozy outside post. We'll see if today's the day, but there's certain other ways to go in this race. I'm surprised Follow Your Arrow. Sometimes horses get lost a little bit when you see, a lot of poor performances, but they've all come on a surface which she's not going to be on today. The 1 dirt start was against Better. I thought she showed some real ability.
Definitely showed speed. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And, I think that apprentices are used in certain situations, and it's a benefit. So you get Christopher Elliott, and you get a 5-pound break. So instead of getting in with 122, you get in with 117.
9-1 right now. We're talking about the 4 Follow Your Arrow. Meanwhile, with more on Dream on Cara next door, let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I did end up picking Follow Your Arrow in here, and we'll see what she can do getting back to the main track. But back in the paddock, I talked about all horses that were going turf to dirt, and as far as Dream on Cara is concerned, she does have some decent races on the main track, and I know she's 0 for 22, but maybe she just finds herself in the right spot today. I did think that Focus Pocus was kind of the horse to beat last time out, and so she was a distant second, but with a bit of a wide trip as well. She finished a good second prior to that, and third before that, in which a race in which I thought that she was against the track. And so she has a knack for hitting the board. I cannot recommend her based off her record of being 0 for 22 and as a 4-year-old filly and with a multitude of different distances and even different trainers as well. But that being said, in a race like this where there's not a ton to sink your teeth into and some big questions as far as perhaps the quote-unquote best horses in this race, the ones with the most talent and ability, if they can handle the main track, you do have a horse like Great Dream on Cara who you know can handle it and can run competitive races. The big question is, will today be the day that she can seal the deal, Greg?
Interesting finale here coming up. 5-2 favoritism back to Majulu for Dylan Davis. He's been the hot hand this afternoon for Rob Atras. And getting back to the dirt for just the second time, the first time since the debut here in start number 6.
I wanted to pick between the 2 and the 11. I understand they're both short prices. These other horses, I feel like you're just hoping something's going to happen with them. At least I know I'm getting the 2 best animals with these 2. However, it was strictly the draw for me. I just wanted the horse that was going to be towards the outside. I felt like a lot more good could go wrong, could happen than could happen with the 2 Majula to the inside.
But you say 2 best, and yes, 2 best on a surface we're not running on today.
Yeah, but these other ones can't run on any surface. So it's just a class thing for me. Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying. This is a tough race.
There is one certainty. Someone will win this race.
I think it's an interesting race to close it out.
Where are you going, Wolfie?
After the show?
Well, yeah, after the show, we're going to ride the train together. That's the question.
I'm looking forward to that.
No, but who you
look, I thought Majula was very interesting, but I don't want 2-1, so I'd probably pivot to the 4.
Okay.
I think that's way too big a price in the 4.
Well, best of luck to you. And I think you should throw it to Chris Griffin.
He has the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Montauk Mystique flashes early speed as the gray, and also in between horses now bursting on through. There's Follow Your Arrow. Follow Your Arrow quickly sprints clear, is up by 2.5, 3 lengths now. The speedy Follow Your Arrow is in front. Christopher Elliott, they're just gunning out there for the front end. Majulu is at the rail, is progressing a lineup of 3. There are Purest Performances in that mix, and out wide of there, Naughty Destiny. It's back there in the 4th spot. Just behind them, Montauk Mystique is in 5th, 22.41. Unopposed is still Follow Your Arrow. Back there in the 6th position, there She's a Natural, trying to make up some ground towards the back end of the field. In 7th is Watch Over Me. Watch Over Me is being passed towards the outside here from Digital Currency, and the 2 at the back, that's Dream on Cara with Attagirl Addie, the trailer. Follow Your Arrow is in front, but for how long? Here comes Majulu, ranging up towards the outside. 3 wide there is going to be Naughty Destiny. Pierce Performance has dropped out of it. Tucked in behind them in 4th, that's Montauk Mystique. Follow Your Arrow. Caught a little bit of a breather in the turn, 46 seconds flat. Is going to hug the rail, stays very tight to the rail there and kicks for home. It is Follow Your Arrow who's finding plenty here in the late stages, trying to run down this rival's Majulu. Here on the far outside, Dream on Cara, though, has got all the momentum. A furlong left to go. It is now Follow Your Arrow trying to hold off a charge here from Dream on Cara, who's rolling late inside the final 16th. It is still Follow Your Arrow. Follow Your Arrow wins the finale gate to wire. Dream on Cara was 2nd, then Montauk Mystique and a photo Majulu with Naughty Destiny. Final running time, 1 minute 24 and 3.
To the front, aggression pays off. Follow Your Arrow at 10-1 here to close things out on this Sunday card.
Did exactly what Acacia suggested they do. Go to the lead, and in a race where there were a lot of questions, this horse's 1 dirt race, showed good speed, and had something left, and actually did not run a bad race. I thought that after the first fraction, 22-2 for this level of horse, she was going to wilt. She just kept finding.
This was way too good a price.
Yeah, especially at this point, you know, with this group, you got to love your position when you're 4 clear.
I mean, her only dirt start, she showed speed against better company. You knew she was going to be forward, blinkers going on, having shown that speed.
Absolutely. I mean, 10-1 was way too big a price, as it turns out. Now, guys, I made the same mistake that I've been making straight along. I wound up picking the 8, and I boxed 4, 5, 8 in exacta. Why didn't I make a try box? Because they ran 1, 2, 3.
Hindsight's 20/20. I'll tell you that.
10-1 to close things out. And in terms of the pick 6, healthy return, almost 13,000 back if you hit this pick 6, with quite a few favorites in the middle of the sequence.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things the dollar minimum has done. I think it's made an opportunity for reasonable scenarios to pay well. You know, a lot of times you'll see places that have those 20-cent minimums or 50-cent or whatever. It allows people to be more spready, so there's a lot more people that catch situations when prices come in. But at that dollar minimum, it's hard to be spready. Your ticket gets expensive real fast, so there's an opportunity to have days like this where it's fairly straightforward. You can still score for 13,000.
16-1 to start the late pick 5, 10-1 to end it. Favorites in between legs 2, 3, and 4, and you're going to get 3,600 plus back in the late pick 5 as a result. Follow your arrow. Christopher Elliott for Chad Summers to close things out. We'll be back.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Let's follow your arrow. Did exactly that in the nightcap, taking them gate to wire with Christopher Elliott in the saddle, who joins me here as this filly switched from turf to dirt for sprint. She got comfortable on the front end. You gave her a nice breather through the middle of the race. Can you talk a little bit about getting her to settle like that?
Yeah, you know, during the whole race, you know, the whole thing, she broke so good and took me to the lead. I said, I got to get her to relax, and she did. She was wanting to lean in a little bit, but she got the job done, so it worked out good.
And how big a deal is that when you feel like you're able to give her a little bit of a break in the middle of the race, and then she kicks on for you at the end? It must be such a good feeling.
Yeah, it feels great when they relax for you. Some horses, they don't like to relax and they just keep going, but she's got some class and it worked out good.
And we've seen you with some really heads-up rides here in New York. How's it been riding here as we get into the colder winter months, picking up some live mounts and getting some nice wins like this?
Yeah, no, it's been great. I love it here, riding with these good riders and good trainers, so just it's great.
Well, good to see you in the winner's circle. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Good way to wrap up the day, Greg.
Yeah, good for a young rider. We talk about it a lot. His dad, of course, Stuart Elliott, who rode Smarty Jones to the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown back in '04. Does that help you grow up, Mig, a lot as a rider and force you to learn faster, being on one of the most competitive, if not the most competitive circuit in the game?
One of 2 things is going to happen as a young rider riding in a colony like this in New York. You're either going to leave right away or you're going to learn. If you don't learn, you're going to get run over. And riding with the best riders, if you have any aptitude to ride whatsoever, you're going to improve. Just watching how guys prepare, their work ethic, their habits, how they do things, you're going to become a better rider. And I'm seeing that happen right in front of our eyes with Christopher Elliott. He's riding with good riders, and he's starting to you could see he's seeing a race better. He's getting it more and more.
Aggression paid off in this spot here. Follow your arrow. Gate to wire win. $35 on the front end, $23 on the back end. 3 favorites in the middle. And that gets you $3,600 back in this late pick 5.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, especially because you'd like to think Julia's Shining could have been a pretty easy single if you had some thoughts in race 5 and race 9. And then the other 2 in race 6 and 7, Ironman Ira and Next on Stage, were very, very easy to get to.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Cigar Mile coming up next week. It looks like a loaded field in the last big prize on the circuit here in New York. Among those expected to come, runner-up, the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Post time, who we've talked about, Bookham Dano, Grade 1 winner of the Woody Stevens. He'll be showing up as well. We'll have a preview when we come back.
Saratoga's world-renowned GMP farm is up for sale. You heard right. This state-of-the-art equine rehabilitation facility will be up for absolute auction with no reserve. The auction includes Sacred Spa and Wellness, a full-service med spa, custom training track, and luxury residence, all on 84 pristine acres, just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs. It's all up for absolute auction with no reserve. Saturday, December 7th, 11 a.m. Eastern at the property. For more information, visit us online at DeCaraAuctions.com.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960,
Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Cigar is the leader. It's Cigar in front. Storm Tower second. Devil is Due right there third. American Chance is now fourth on the outside as the field turns for home, and it is Cigar. Cigar coming to mid-stretch with a 5-length lead. Devil is Due second, American Chance, and then Punchline on the far outside. They're coming down to the final 16, and Cigar running a monstrous race today to win the Naira Mile. And he did it decisively.
What an incredible horse, the most famous win streak in the history of the sport, 16 in a row.
So well handled, so well campaigned, so well conditioned by Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Now, this is Jerry Bailey's first ride on Cigar. There we see Simon Bray walk alongside. He was one of Bill Mott's assistants. And Mike Smith had ridden him to that very impressive Allowance race when he switched back to the dirt going a mile here. But he had to ride Devil is Due, who was a much more accomplished horse at that point. And the best line I ever heard Mike say, he said, "Well, I rode Cigar when he was just a cigarette."
What an incredible run it was. I mean, that being around in the game that when that was happening, I mean, what was that like nationally, just with that horse every time he lined up?
Oh, it was really cool. I mean, listen, at the heart of it, I'm a fan of racing. I'm a fan of horses. Just lucky guy that got to, make my living in this game. But you could feel the excitement level build and the fan base he built, so much so that when he retired, being invited to Madison Square Garden for a retirement celebration, and they had a van for the last year of his career that was Cigar, America's horse. It was decked out, and he's riding in the city, and Jerry Bailey and Bill Mott rode on the van with him to Manhattan, and people are honking and hollering at them. He started to transcend the sport. And then to have that retirement ceremony at the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden, I think it was just all brilliant. Great for the game.
Yeah, a lot of horses don't even make 16 starts to win 16 in a row at the highest level of competition. We may never see it again.
Yeah, 11 grade ones. I wish someone would have just given him $185 so that he could have been a $10 million winning horse. $10 million back then.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of money.
Well, you're saying, though, right? It was a big deal when horses earned $1 million for the longest time. Horse got over that $1 million mark. And when I was an apprentice jockey, I think I finished 6th for the year, money won. $5.5 million in purses. The leading rider would have somewhere between $6 and $8 million back then. We were talking about Fabian Pratt potentially getting to $40 million this year.
It's incredible. Of course, we saw Zenyatta put together that incredible streak that ended with that heartbreaker to blame that you brought up earlier in the show. It is tough to do, but when horses can do that and put streaks like that together, it just creates a whole new group of fans in the sport, and the whole nation starts to catch on. Cigar Mile this year looks like a loaded group. This may be the best Cigar Mile we have had in a long time. Talked about post-time, runner-up of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Mulliken, who is probably the horse to beat going into the Breeders' Cup Sprint, going to show up as well. And then Bookham Dano, the sensational New Jersey bred.
Yeah, I mean, if you liked Bookham Dano and you liked Locked or Post Time, Mulligan, kind of late to the party, wasn't one that I don't think a lot of people thought was going to show up here. Your price on Bookham Dano's got a lot better.
I think this is terrific.
He's been so good, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah, ultra consistent, shows up, Hickory. I love the mile distance, right? It's where the best of two worlds collide. You get sprinters stretching to the mile, horses that have been 2 turns or further distances turning back to the mile. Always fireworks in these big 1 mile.
The mile
races.
for Bookham Dano, stretching it a bit.
Well, I don't know the answer to that question, but I'll say that to assume that because he's a late running sprinter that he's going to appreciate that added distance, I think that could be a little bit of a problem to make that assumption, but I'm not too concerned. He ran pretty well in the Saudi Derby going a mile, and he ran into Forever Young, who turned out to be a pretty darn good horse.
Meanwhile, Locked, we waited a long time for him to come back, and no, this was the horse who it wasn't fierceness. It was Locked. It was the favorite going to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Obviously, the tables turned with that performance we saw from Fierceness, who became 2-year-old champion and had another tremendous year this year. But this comeback from Locked, his first start since that Breeders' Cup Juvenile, sensational.
Really nice effort. And a lot of times you'll see horses putting separation on a field of horses, and it's more a function of those horses' strides deteriorating. And they're just running, less slow than the others, not slowing down as much. That's not the case here. This horse still has his legs up underneath him. He's running through the wire. This was a really, really good comeback.
Yeah, and here's the thing about Locked, right, is like we saw how good he was as a 2-year-old. He has some 2-year-old races that were in the same arena as what some of these horses are running now as older horses. He's able to grow up. He came back. He had that big comeback race where he made that big figure jump. If he takes another step forward, which is completely reasonable for him to do, he could be extremely tough. This is one of the best Cigar Miles we've seen in quite some time with Bookham Dano. Nelson Avenue's got good back races. Mulligan, Law Professor, Locked, Pipeline. Senor Buscador won a $20 million race earlier this year, and then Post Time as well.
It is loaded. We hope you join us for it next Saturday. Wow, we are closing in. The final big prize really on the circuit in the calendar year 2024. We're going to go out with a bang. Not just that race, which is loaded this year, but that entire day. We saw the schedule earlier. It is a tremendous day of action. A couple of 2-year-old races as well. Demoiselle included, which Julia's Shining won last year. Could see some contenders for the Derby and the Oaks for 2025. Enjoyed it, you guys.
Good time.
We'll see you back next week, Thursday, 12 Eastern start time. Julia Shining, successful off the bench in a 4-win day for Dylan Davis. We'll see Post Time runner-up of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile next weekend in the Cigar Mile, going up against the sensational New Jersey bred Bookham Dano. Can he stretch his talent out to a mile? We'll find out next week.